Chapter 1380. On the auction hall's high platform, Yen Pei waited for half an incense stick of time, but seeing that no one was willing to make an offer, he couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. It seems that none of you have any news about Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. Very well, I would like to thank all of you again for coming. Saying so, he turned around and left. Although the masters from the various great forces wanted the Star Emperor token, none of them could meet the request of the token's owner, so they could only shake their heads and sigh. After all, they couldn't just snatch it. Not to mention how valuable a useless Star Emperor token was, Treasure Trove Pavilion was not an existence they could casually provoke. In an instant, all the cultivators in the auction hall left one after another. Yang Kai glanced around the hall, whether intentionally or unintentionally, only to discover that Lu Yi had disappeared at some point. This guy had slipped away quickly, knowing that he had been too generous this time and had attracted the attention of many people. Continuing to stay here would definitely not be a good thing. Yang Kai sneered but didn't care. In any case, the grievances between him and Lu Yi would be settled sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. Standing up, Yang Kai turned to the young girl, Qing and said, "Take me to see Senior Yen, I have something to ask of him." "Yes." Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions, immediately leading the way. Although Yang Kai had only made a single bid at this auction, he had demonstrated his extraordinary financial resources. What's more, on the way to Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qing had seen Yen Pei treat Yang Kai politely, so she naturally knew that Yen Pei and Yang Kai were not strangers. Such a person was naturally qualified to meet with Yen Pei. Just after walking out of private room B13, Yang Kai suddenly felt two subtle divine senses sweep over him, causing him to freeze slightly. Yang Kai then continued to follow behind Qing as if nothing had happened. Although he didn't know who was spying on him, Yang Kai had some guesses. It was none other than Old Woman Feng from Myriad Beast Mountain and Jean Shi from Demon Blood Temple. At the auction he had only made a single bid, and the only ones competing with him were these two. It seemed that they still hadn't given up on the profound gold. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. On the other hand, the divine sense that spied on him had merely swept past him, and it didn't have any other intentions. After a short moment, Yang Kai had already arrived at a certain room in the rear hall of the Treasure Trove Pavilion, and he sat upright and waited. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, old black-face Yen Pei pushed open the door and entered, a smile on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend Yang." "Greetings, Senior Yen." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Yes, sit down." Yen Pei nodded before walking over to the chair next to Yang Kai and sitting down, getting straight to the point. "Is there something little friend Yang needs this old master's help with?" Senior Yan's eyes are as sharp as torches. "This junior indeed has something to ask of Senior." Yang Kai grinned and added, "Yes, to be precise, I want to borrow the power of your building." "Let's hear it then, but first, my Treasure Trove Pavilion's motto is to make money amicably. If you want this old master's help, you will have to pay a certain price. Moreover, Treasure Trove Pavilion and this old master don't accept murdering and robbing business. This junior naturally understands. What junior is requesting does not violate the principles of Treasure Trove Pavilion." "Good." Yen Pei nodded with satisfaction. "It's like this, junior is looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure." "An Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure?" Yen Pei raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Today little friend Yang didn't hesitate to bid for a piece of profound gold, and now you're looking for an Earth Attribute Supreme Treasure. Could it be you want to cultivate some kind of secret technique?" "This old dog." Yang Kai secretly cursed. He knew that a person like Yen Pei was experienced and knowledgeable, so if he revealed a little bit of information, the other party would be able to guess what he was up to. Yang Kai didn't foolishly admit it and instead asked with a smile, "Senior Yen, is Treasure Trove Pavilion really responsible for collecting information in addition to collecting treasures?" These words were said by Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng during the auction. Yang Kai was just using them for a bit so he wouldn't offend anyone here. Yen Pei was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. This old master was just asking casually. If little friend Yang doesn't want to answer, then there's no need to. However, little friend Yang should state his specific requirements. This way, this old master and Treasure Trove Pavilion will have a direction in which to search. Perhaps we won't even need to search as the things little friend Yang needs are stored in our building. There are specific requirements as long as the monster core of a 10th order monster beast is no less valuable. A 10th order monster beast. Yen Pei's eyes shrank as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement and shock. Although he had some guesses, he hadn't expected Yang Kai's requirements to be so high. If this was the case, then the things stored in Treasure Trove Pavilion wouldn't be able to meet the other party's requirements. After all, a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. It was impossible for such a thing to exist on Shadowed Star. It's not just a monster core as long as its value is no less than a 10th order monster beast monster core, Yang Kai added. And it's a bit difficult. This old master can't guarantee anything, but I can say that I will try my best to keep an eye out for you. Of course, little friend Yang shouldn't remain idle. Perhaps little friend Yang's opportunities will allow him to obtain what he wants. Junior naturally understands this. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai gently nodded. Of course, he wouldn't pin all his hopes on Treasure Trove Pavilion. Coming to see Yen Pei this time was just a matter of convenience. His main purpose here was to obtain the Star Emperor token. Thinking so, Yang Kai changed the subject and said, "Right, Senior Yen, the Star Emperor token you took out just now. What? Do you want to exchange it?" Yen Pei was drinking tea when he suddenly heard Yang Kai mention the Star Emperor token. He couldn't help raising his brow and asking anxiously as if he couldn't wait. This came as a great surprise to Yang Kai. After all, according to Yen Pei, this thing was something a reclusive old friend of his had brought out to exchange for. For him to act so eagerly, it seemed that the relationship between this reclusive old friend and Yen Pei wasn't shallow. Otherwise, why would this old black face be so anxious? And Junior wants to exchange it? Yang Kai nodded while thinking about it. Do you have Lu Yan's flying fire? Yen Pei's eyes widened as he asked excitedly. Yang Kai shook his head. Yen Pei frowned and immediately asked in surprise, "Then do you know where to find soul-cleansing divine water?" "I don't know." Yang Kai still shook his head. Soul-cleansing divine water was too rare and couldn't be carried around, it could only be used where it was. Otherwise, when the soul-cleansing divine water was found in Lu Yen Sandfield, Chu Changfeng and Leng Qing would have already divided it up and taken it away. There would have been no need to soak it in that pool of water. Seeing Yang Kai say nothing even though Yen Pei had a good impression of him, his face couldn't help sinking as he said faintly, "Little friend Yang, are you trying to make fun of this old master? This old master has said more than once that my old friend only needs these two things before he is willing to exchange for the Star Emperor token. Since you don't have Lu Yan's flying fire or any information about soul-cleansing divine water, how could you dare exchange for the Star Emperor token with this old master? Senior, please calm your anger." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the slightest sign of panic, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Very well, if it is convenient, can this junior talk to that senior face to face? This junior will not let him down." Seeing Yang Kai's confident look, Yen Pei couldn't help feeling suspicious, wondering where he got such confidence from. If it were anyone else who said this, Yen Pei would have already kicked them out, but Yang Kai's origins were mysterious. According to Yen Pei's investigation, he had come here from the territory of Shadowed Star. Perhaps he had something that the natives of Shadowed Star didn't have, something that was comparable to soul-cleansing divine water or Lu Yan's flying fire. Considering all this, Yen Pei's face relaxed slightly, but he still wore a calm expression as he said, "In that case I'll call him over, but little friend Yang, you'd better be confident." "Is 100% confident enough?" Yang Kai grinned, full of confidence. After all, even if his previous guess was wrong, he still had Lu Yan's flying fire, it was just that he didn't want to take it out unless he had no other choice. Hearing this, Yen Pei's brow twitched, but he didn't waste any more words, immediately taking out his communication artifact, pouring his divine sense into it and giving a few instructions before waiting quietly. After waiting for less than half a stick of incense worth of time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Yen Pei called out. The door was immediately pushed open and a young man walked in. This young man didn't look very old, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showed that he wasn't as young as he appeared. This young man was quite strange. He had a sharp mouth and a pair of small eyes that seemed to be unable to open at all. Only 2 slits could be seen in his eyes, but they shone brightly. He was tall and slender, his hands were longer than average and his palms were wide. What was most striking about this young man was that he actually had a set of buck teeth. Yang Kai's first impression of this man was that he was wretched. For a moment, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Sweeping this young man with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this young man was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Is this the reclusive old friend Yen Pei mentioned? Why does he look like a scoundrel who roamed the streets? Yang Kai almost spat out a mouthful of tea, and even Yang Inflammation, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help covering her mouth with her small hand as she couldn't help laughing at this young man's strange appearance. Yen Pei coughed lightly and said in a clear voice, "Don't think too much, this is a descendant of my old friend. It is inconvenient for my old friend to come out of seclusion, so he is the one who brought the Star Emperor token to exchange for it." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. If this young man was a descendant of that reclusive old man, then his cultivation and age made sense. "Mr. Yen, are you looking for me?" The buck-teeth cultivator didn't seem to put Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation in his eyes at all and directly asked after entering the room. Yen Pei gently nodded. The other party looked happy and asked, "Is there news about the item to be exchanged?" "Just barely." Yen Pei didn't know how to answer, and such an answer naturally stunned the other party. Fortunately, Yen Pei pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This is little friend Yang Kai. He said that he can meet nephew Ji's request, but he wants to discuss it with you face to face. This old master is only responsible for introducing the two of you to each other. You can discuss the rest among yourselves." "Meet my request?" The buck-teeth cultivator turned his head to look at Yang Kai and sized him up suspiciously, his eyes full of disdain. Chapter 1381. After all, Yang Kai was just a third-order St. King cultivator, and although this buck-toothed cultivator was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, to put it bluntly, an ordinary second-order origin returning realm cultivator was not his opponent, so Yang Kai was somewhat contemptuous of him. Without a trace, Yang Kai looked away and glanced at Yang Inflammation. Unexpectedly, after this glance, the buck-toothed cultivator's face changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his body directly hitting the door with a bang. Immediately, a look of disbelief appeared on his face as his long and narrow eyes suddenly opened. His eyes trembled as he pointed at Yang Inflammation. You, nephew Gu, what's wrong?" Yen Pei looked at him in amazement, then at Yang Inflammation, not understanding why the other party looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Yang Kai was also suspicious and quietly asked Yang Inflammation, "Do you know him?" Yang Inflammation shook her head blankly and replied, "I've never seen him before." "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Yang Kai was even more confused. Although Yang Inflammation's artifact refining and spirit array skills were good, her temper had always been very good, so she shouldn't have made enemies outside. However, judging from the reaction of this buck-toothed cultivator, the other party was obviously very afraid of Yang Inflammation, as if he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Inflammation before, which was unforgettable. "Nephew Go!" Yen Pei shouted as an invisible spiritual energy rushed towards the buck-toothed cultivator, awakening him from his shock. The cultivator surnamed Gu shivered and the fear in his eyes dissipated a lot, but his forehead was instantly covered with fine sweat, visible to the naked eye. His face began to turn blue and his lips turned white. "What the hell?" Yang Kai looked displeased. Even if this person had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Inflammation before, he shouldn't be so weak now, right? What's more, Yang Inflammation said that he didn't recognize the other party at all. It seemed that the other party had mistaken him for someone else. Just because he recognized the wrong person, he had such an unbearable reaction. It seemed this guy was just an embroidered pillow. Yang Kai coldly snorted and couldn't help but look down on him. He came back to his senses. The cultivator surnamed Gu kept wiping away the sweat on his forehead with his hands, but after wiping away one piece, another piece appeared. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. Soon, his sleeves were soaked with sweat. While wiping his sweat, he kept glancing at Yang Inflammation, but when he met Yang Inflammation's eyes, he quickly looked away. His expression was one of fear and trepidation. Seeing this, Yang Yen pursed her lips and smiled. She suddenly realized that this person was quite interesting. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, and she used a pair of beautiful eyes to fiercely stare at the other party. The cultivator surnamed Ji's legs slowly began to tremble. He looked around as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into or quickly escape from this place. Yen Pei didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this prickly appearance. He said in a clear voice, "Nephew Go. Let's talk nicely." The cultivator surnamed Ji's mouth twitched as if he wanted to laugh. However, he squeezed out an expression that was uglier than crying. He clasped his fist at Yang Inflammation cautiously and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask this lady's name?" This sentence seemed to have used up all the strength in his body. After he finished asking, he waited anxiously. The sound of him swallowing his saliva was extremely loud. Yen Pei put a hand to his forehead, speechless. Speaking of which, he had some understanding of this descendant of his old friend. He knew that the other party had been following his old friend in seclusion. Although he didn't have much experience, his cultivation aptitude was a heaven-defying existence. Therefore, even though he only had the cultivation base of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, he could fight above his level. He was the elite of the elites. This time he had no choice but to leave the mountain on the orders of his old friend. He had also encountered some trouble along the way, but they were all resolved by him with thunderous methods. The other party wasn't a coward. Although his appearance was a little wretched, his spirit was heroic and had won Yen Pei's appreciation. Yen Pei even intended to send a message to his old friend to let this cultivator surnamed Gu stay in the Trove of Treasures Pavilion to take up an important position. But today's scene made Yen Pei unable to believe it. No matter how impressive this little girl's methods were, she shouldn't be able to scare this nephew Gu into such a wretched state at first sight, right? What's more, this little girl looked completely harmless. Me? Yang Inflammation smiled slightly. Her beautiful face bloomed so that the cultivator surnamed Gu didn't dare to look directly at her. My name is Yang Inflammation. What can I do for you, sir? Yang Inflammation. The cultivator surnamed Gu shuddered and almost fell to the ground. His mouth muttered a few words, but no one knew what he was mumbling. Soon after, he bent his waist and kept clasping his fist. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. My name is Gu Chi. Just call me Little Chi. As he spoke, there was a flattering smile on his face. Set off by his buck teeth, he looked even more wretched. Little Chi. Yang Inflammation gently nodded, holding back a smile. With a graceful and noble demeanor, she lightly opened her red lips and said, Little Chi. Here. Gu Chi hurriedly responded. His head almost reached his crotch. He was very respectful. Am I ugly? Yang Inflammation seemed to ask casually. These words were like a bolt from the blue, making Gu Chi's face change greatly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Misappearance shames the moon and flowers. You are a first-class beauty. The word, ugly, has nothing to do with it. Is that so? Yang Inflammation raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly, If that's the case, why do you look like you've seen a ghost? I thought I was too ugly to be seen in public. Gu Chi became more and more frightened. With a long face he said, Miss, I'm innocent. It's really what? Yang Inflammation asked. There was a faint majesty in her demeanor. This scene made Yang Kai and Yen Pei stunned because this majesty didn't seem to be fake. It had a taste that made everyone submit. At that moment, even Yen Pei faintly had the illusion that Yang Inflammation was high and mighty. Gu Chi was even more unbearable. His legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Yen Pei reacted in time. He reached out and lifted his body up. With a light cough, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, Little friend Yang, you see? Yang Kai gently nodded and glared at Yang Inflammation. Don't make trouble. Gu Chi was a First Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. Although he didn't know why he was so afraid of Yang Inflammation, it was a bit too much for Yang Inflammation to continue playing tricks on him. Yang Inflammation stuck out her tongue and said, Who told him to be so timid? Timid. Yen Pei secretly smiled bitterly. This descendant of his old friend was not a timid person, but today's matter was really too strange. He couldn't figure out the reason. Brother Go, right? Yang Kai stood up and slightly cupped his fist to Gu Chi. He smiled apologetically and said, This senior sister is a bit naughty. She was just joking. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Go. Senior sister? Gu Chi was stunned for a moment. When he looked at Yang Kai again, his expression changed. There was no longer the contempt and disdain from before. He actually nodded and bowed. I don't dare. Brother is too polite. Yang Kai touched his nose and felt helpless. He always felt that this Gu Chi in front of Yang Inflammation was like a mouse in front of a cat. He pondered for a moment and said, Yang Inflammation, you go out first. I have something to discuss with Brother Go. Yang Inflammation heard this and unwillingly pouted. No need. Gu Chi hurriedly waved his hand. If Yang Inflammation went out because of him, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 10,000 times. Yang Inflammation secretly had a headache. She was just being playful and teasing the other, but she didn't want to make things like this. Now she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Gu Chi looking at him with a sincere expression, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and signaled to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation understood and covered her face with the hood of her black robe and sat quietly to the side. Seeing this, Gu Chi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Brother Gu, please sit. Yang Kai greeted with a smile. Gu Chi looked at Yen Pei for help. Seeing the other side nod gently at him, Gucci took a seat while apologizing. His appearance was like that of a junior meeting an elder. Even after sitting down, his butt only touched half of the chair, indicating the difference in status. Yang Kai and Yen Pei naturally saw this scene clearly, but they didn't say anything. It's like this: I heard from Senior Yen that the Star Emperor token was given to you by Brother Go. Yang Kai looked at Gucci and asked. Yes. Gucci's face became bitter as he quietly glanced at Yang Inflammation and for some reason explained, if it wasn't for the circumstances, Ancestor would never have used the Star Emperor token to exchange, but now there is no other way. I ask Brother Yang and Yang Inflammation to judge clearly. Yang Kai secretly understood what this was, but after meeting Gucci, he had always been baffled by his actions, so he wasn't too surprised. And what Brother Gu wants to exchange is the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai asked again. Yes. Gucci nodded cautiously. Although this Yang asked Senior Yen to call Brother Gu here, I have to say that whether it is the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, I don't have them. It's fine, it's fine. Gucci didn't seem to mind at all. If Brother Yang wants this Star Emperor token, allow this Gu to go back and report to Ancestor. If Ancestor agrees, giving it to Brother Yang, and Miss Yang Inflammation isn't a big deal. Yang Kai looked stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, this Yang didn't mean that. Although the divine technique sealed inside the Star Emperor token has been activated, it is still something refined by great emperors, so its value is extraordinary. This Yang won't take it for free. If I may ask, is there something wrong with Senior Ji's knowledge? See? Hearing Yang Kai's inquiry, Yen Pei's eyes flashed, secretly surprised that he could guess this much. As an old friend of the Hidden Master, Yen Pei naturally knew why the other party had taken out the Star Emperor token to exchange for something this time. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that Gucci readily admitted it without any hesitation, nodding as he said, what Brother Yang said is correct. Half a year ago, my ancestor was plotted against by a villain and his knowledge sea was poisoned, so he needed a flowing flame flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. According to my ancestor, only these two things could cure his knowledge sea poison. Chapter 1382. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly, becoming more and more confident as he reached out and touched his space ring, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Gucci. Although I don't have Lu Yan's flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water, Brother Gu might as well take a look and see if this pill meets Senior Ji's requirements. After a few words, although Gucci's expression was still a little restrained, his mood had finally stabilized. Glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai, he smiled and stretched out his hands to accept the jade bottle. After apologizing, Gucci carefully opened the lid of the bottle and in an instant, a fragrant scent wafted out, causing him to raise his brow in surprise. As the fragrance entered his nose, he couldn't help feeling somewhat refreshed. Pouring out the pill from the bottle, Gucci's eyes bulged. This is. Yen Pei, who was sitting to the side, also straightened up as his eyes stared fixedly at the pill, a look of disbelief filling his face. Although Gucci had been living in seclusion with his elders for many years, as an origin-returning realm cultivator, he still had some ability to discern. As the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yen Pei had auctioned countless valuable items over the years, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. The two of them instantly saw through the extraordinariness of this pill. An origin-grade high-rank pill? Yen Pei called out in horror, disregarding the difference in status, snatching the pill from Gucci's hand and holding it in his palm to examine it carefully. Is it really an origin-grade high-rank pill? Gucci also felt like he was dreaming and asked in disbelief. Yes, it is indeed an origin-grade high-rank pill. This color, this fragrance, and the medicinal efficacies contained inside are clearly at the level of an origin-grade high-rank pill. Yen Pei murmured. One couldn't blame him for losing his composure as on Shadowed Star. Origin-grade high-rank pills were nothing more than a myth. Here, the highest rank an alchemist could reach was origin-grade low rank, and it was impossible for them to advance any further. As everyone knew, when alchemists refined pills, their chances of failure were very high. Therefore, even origin-grade low-rank alchemists didn't dare say they could refine origin-grade low-rank pills with 100% certainty. Occasionally, if one was lucky enough, an origin-grade mid-rank pill would appear, but each origin-grade mid-rank pill was a priceless treasure. Even if one was successfully refined, it would be hidden away by the great forces, never to be seen in the outside world. As for the origin-grade high-rank pill, to put it bluntly, no one on Shadowed Star could refine such a pill. Treasure Trove Pavilion had obtained a few of these pills over the countless years, but without exception they had all been found in ancient ruins. After the flowing time Great Emperor passed away, most of these pills had lost their medicinal efficacies and could no longer be used. Only one of these pills had ever been put up for auction. Yen Pei vaguely remembered that at that time, the great forces of Shadowed Star had all fought over it. That time, Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had almost ended prematurely. Every time he thought about it, Yen Pei felt a lingering fear. But now, after so many years, another origin grade high-rank pill had appeared in front of him. No matter what the function of this pill was, its value was immeasurable. However, since Yang Kai had taken out this pill at this time, Yen Pei had some guesses about its function. This is a soul-cleansing pill. I wonder if Senior Yen has heard of it. Yang Kai smiled lightly before taking a sip of tea. A soul-cleansing pill? It's actually a soul-cleansing pill. Yen Pei breathed a sigh of relief. This is really a good pill for treating the symptoms. Senior Yen, you mean? Guqi looked at Yen Pei worriedly from the side and asked weakly. Take it. Yen Pei put the soul-cleansing pill in his hand into a jade bottle and tossed it to Guqi. This soul-cleansing pill is enough to solve Brother Ji's crisis. Although it's not as effective as soul-cleansing divine water, it's better than the Lu Yen flying fire he needs. Really? Guqi was overjoyed. Why would this old master lie to you? Yen Pei snorted. The reason why Brother Gu didn't ask you to exchange for this pill is probably because he thought there was no such thing as an origin-grade high-rank pill in this world, so he settled for the next best thing, Lu Yen flying fire or soul-cleansing divine water. But now that there is such a good pill for his illness, what need is there for those things? Brother Ji's luck is quite good. Hearing this, Guqi's face filled with joy and he quickly and carefully put the soul-cleansing pill into his space ring before thanking Yang Kai. No need, Brother Gu and I are just taking what we need. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. This soul-purifying pill was something he had refined when he was in retreat last time. He had refined a lot of pills last time, but there weren't many origin-grade high-rank pills, only 2 or 3 of them. This soul-purifying pill happened to be one of them. At the auction, Yang Kai had heard from Yen Pei that the owner of the Star Emperor token wanted to exchange for the whereabouts of Lu Yan's flying fire and soul-cleansing divine water. Yang Kai had guessed that there was something wrong with the other party's knowledge and if that was the case, this soul-cleansing pill was undoubtedly the best choice. Guqi took the soul-cleansing pill and naturally handed the Star Emperor token to Yang Kai. After fiddling with it for a while, Guqi found that it was almost identical to the Star Emperor token he had obtained in Lu Yan's desert last time, so he tossed it into his space ring. After Guqi completed his task, he naturally couldn't wait to leave this place and return to his family ancestor so he could take the soul-cleansing pill. Before leaving, Guqi solemnly cupped his fists and said, "If family ancestor survives this disaster, he will definitely pay you a visit. I hope Sister Yang Yun will not take offense." Saying so, Guqi bowed to Yen Pei again and hurried away. Inside the room, Yang Kai rubbed his nose and exchanged a glance with Yen Pei, both of them wearing confused expressions. Guqi's words before leaving had a deep meaning. He said that his family ancestor was going to visit Yang Yun, not Yang Kai, which was quite intriguing. Senior Yen, this Brother Gu, little friend doesn't need to inquire. If that old friend of mine really comes to visit, you will naturally know his origins. If he doesn't, this old master will not tell outsiders what his identity is. However, there is one thing little friend needs to know. Although this old friend of mine has been in seclusion for a long time, he was still a famous character back in the day. Yen Pei smiled slightly, appearing very enigmatic before suddenly asking in a low voice, "Right, little friend Yang, the soul-cleansing pill you just took out? How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking?" Quickly shaking his head, he said, "No, that's all." Yen Pei obviously didn't believe him so easily and didn't continue to pester him, instead turning a thoughtful look towards Yang Kai and asking, "Is this pill something little friend obtained in the past?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "Presumably Senior Yen also knows where I came from, but even in the outside world, origin-grade high-rank pills are rare treasures, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." "So that's how it is." Yen Pei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's fine. If little friend Yang discovers some other good pills one day, you might as well hand them over to my treasure trove pavilion for auction. The price will definitely satisfy you." Of course, Yang Kai responded casually. Yen Pei chuckled and got up. "Good, this old master will do his best to fulfill little friend Yang's request. If I really find some good earth attribute supreme treasures, I will definitely let you know." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai also stood up. then this junior will take his leave. Coming out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Yang Kai had a heavy look on his face as he glanced over at Yang Inflammation from time to time, secretly wondering what this woman had done before meeting him and why Guqi had been so nervous and cautious when he saw her. He had no clue. Yang Inflammation was a very mysterious person, and the more he came into contact with her, the more he couldn't see through her. However, there was one thing Yang Kai was sure of, and that was that Yang Inflammation had no malicious intentions towards him. Yang Kai, it seems that someone is watching us. After leaving Heavenly Fate City, Yang Inflammation suddenly whispered. Oh. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and soon noticed that there were indeed people hiding nearby, but their cultivations weren't very high. The one leading them was only a member of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, and it didn't seem like they were from the same group. However, although these people had ill intentions, they didn't show any murderous intent. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately understood who was watching them, so he smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry about them, this is Heavenly Fate City, they won't dare to make a move here. Let's go back first." Saying so, he and Yang Inflammation used their movement skills to fly towards Dragon Cave Mountain. A moment later, the two arrived in front of the mountain defending array. Landing, Yang Kai ordered, "You go back first, I'll talk to these people." Yang Inflammation nodded and didn't say much before walking straight inside. The mountain defending array couldn't stop Yang Inflammation in the slightest, allowing her to walk straight in, her figure disappearing in an instant. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai turned around, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he called out loudly, "You've all followed me here, why don't you show yourselves?" The surroundings were quiet and there was no movement. Yang Kai wasn't surprised and simply smiled, "Since you won't show yourselves, I'll go in. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." Seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, the cultivator hiding nearby finally couldn't hold back. On the left, a ripple spread out and a group of 5 or 6 people strangely appeared, while on the right, several figures of the cultivator also appeared. As soon as the two groups of people appeared, they glared at each other fiercely, as if they were ready to jump at each other's throats. The group of people on the left had some traces of demonic chi on them and their clothes were embroidered with patterns of birds, fish, insects, and beasts. Needless to say, these people were from Myriad Beast Mountain. Only the disciples of Myriad Beast Mountain, who dealt with Monster Beast all day long, would be contaminated with demonic chi. As for the group on the right, although their cultivations were the same as those on the left, the fluctuations of their vitality were obviously higher and there was a faint smell of blood on their bodies. People from Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai's gaze fell on a certain person in the group on the right and raised his brow, cupping his fists and smiling, "Brother Deng, long time no see." The man smiled bitterly and showed a helpless look before returning the courtesy, "Brother Yang, you're still as elegant as ever." The two exchanged words and seemed quite familiar with each other, causing the expressions of the Myriad Beast Mountain disciples on the left to change slightly while the Origin Returning Realm leader on the right looked happy and asked the cultivator surnamed Deng, "Do you know this little brother?" Chapter 1383. Hearing his elder's question, the cultivator surnamed Deng nodded helplessly. "Oh." The Origin Returning Realm cultivator looked overjoyed. "Since you know each other, things will be easier. Deng Ning, tell this little brother that Elder Jin sure needs that piece of profound gold, see if he is willing to part with it." This Demon Blood Temple disciple was none other than Deng Ning, whom Yang Kai had met before. When he left Lu Yan's desert, Yang Kai happened to encounter him being chased by 2 of his fellow sect disciples. At that time Yang Kai had lent him a hand. The Demon Blood Thread secret technique was obtained from Deng Ning and had helped Yang Kai a great deal. Later, Deng Ning returned the favor and led Yang Kai to use the space array there, allowing Yang Kai to teleport to another city and return to Heavenly Fate City. From this relationship alone, Yang Kai had a good impression of Deng Ning. Although the Demon Blood Temple disciple Yang Kai came from wasn't very good, it was definitely not a problem to have a private relationship with him. However, Yang Kai hadn't expected that Deng Ning would also come to Heavenly Fate City this time and follow him with the other disciples of Demon Blood Temple. Yang Kai knew that Deng Ning had no choice but to follow him, so of course he didn't blame him. What's more, although Yang Kai had a friendship with Deng Ning, it wasn't deep, so there was nothing to worry about. Nodding, Deng Ning looked at Yang Kai helplessly, but before he could speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Brother Deng, there is no need to say anything more. Since this profound gold was obtained by me, it is absolutely impossible for me to hand it over. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint everyone, please return." The origin returning realm cultivator from Demon Blood Temple's face sank and was about to say something. On the other side, a burly man from Myriad Beast Mountain laughed. "Little boy, don't be so ruthless. First listen to my Myriad Beast Mountain's conditions before making a decision. Although my Myriad Beast Mountain is not comparable to Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon sect, it is still a first-class sect. We will definitely not let you suffer a loss. If you want something, no one will refuse." His words were casual, but there was a hint of threat in them. The origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple immediately retorted. Friend's tone is quite bold. "What other conditions can you offer? If he had enough capital, why did you back off at the auction?" The tall and sturdy man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain coldly snorted. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai, his lips wriggling as he transmitted his divine sense to him. "Young man, I don't think you lack Saint Crystals. Otherwise they wouldn't have bid such a high price at the auction. But you also know what our 10,000 Beast Mountain does. How about this? I can make the decision to give you 37th grade Monster Beast. 10 8th grade Monster Beast, and I'll teach you the beast taming technique as long as you give me that piece of profound gold. And your little mountain doesn't occupy a large area, so if you have these monster beasts to guard it, it will be impregnable. Although I can't guarantee too much, no one will dare to provoke you. What do you say?" In all fairness, this price wasn't high, but it wasn't low either, but it definitely couldn't match the number of Saint Crystals Yang Kai was willing to pay. After all, a 7th grade monster beast was only equivalent to a Saint Realm cultivator, while an 8th grade one was only equivalent to a Saint King. 10,000 Beast Mountain clearly wanted to take advantage of this situation, and Dragon Cave Mountain was protected by many layers of spirit arrays, so what use would these monster beasts have? As such, even if the other party was showing some sincerity, Yang Kai decisively shook his head. The man from 10,000 Beast Mountain frowned and continued to transmit his voice. "I'll add 5 more 8th grade monster beast. This is the highest price my 10,000 Beast Mountain can offer. Think carefully before you answer." "I already said, the profound gold has already fallen into my hands, so it is impossible for me to hand it over." "Your Excellency, please return." Yang Kai looked at him faintly. "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you believe I won't flatten this little mountain right now?" The burly man flew into a rage. Yang Kai's shameless attitude annoyed him greatly. Listening to this man's threats, Yang Kai grinned. "Good, I'll wait and see how you flatten my Dragon Cave Mountain. You court death." Murderous intent flashed across the burly man's eyes, but soon he seemed to remember something and glanced around vigilantly, only to see the people from Demon Blood Temple staring at him with great interest, as if they couldn't wait for him to immediately start fighting with this little brat. Immediately, the burly man's heart clenched as he knew that if he attacked, he would only end up benefiting these people from Demon Blood Temple, so he quickly suppressed his anger, sneered, and stood aside, assuming a posture of watching a good show. Since he couldn't obtain the profound gold, he naturally couldn't allow these people from Demon Blood Temple to obtain it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to report back to Elder Feng. Moreover, this place was close to Heavenly Fate City, so he didn't dare to kill people at will. If not for this, how could they have gotten a chance to act this time? Old woman Feng and Jin Shi would have already personally come to Yang Kai. It was because they were in Heavenly Fate City's territory and didn't want to be accused of bullying the weak that these 2 third-order origin returning realm masters sent their respective disciples to discuss the profound gold with Yang Kai, hoping that Yang Kai would be tactful and hand over the profound gold. The origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple saw the people from Myriad Beast Mountain looking at him and didn't try to hide anything, loudly declaring, "I don't know what price this friend from Myriad Beast Mountain is offering you, but my Demon Blood Temple is willing to pay you 20 outstanding beauties. What does little brat think of this proposal?" Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai confidently, as if he felt that no one could refuse such an offer. When the people from Myriad Beast Mountain heard this, all of their expressions changed greatly, the burly man even sucking in a breath of cold air. 20 blood slaves, your noble temple is truly generous." After saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai somewhat uneasily, fearing that he would immediately agree. After all, the temptation of 20 blood slaves was too great for ordinary people to refuse. If Demon Blood Temple was willing to give him such benefits, he would immediately betray Myriad Beast Mountain and join Demon Blood Temple. Heh, compared with Elder Jin Shi's secret art, what are 20 blood slaves? The leader of the Demon Blood Temple group smiled lightly as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Blood slaves can only be cultivated by my Demon Blood Temple on Shadowed Star, but if some special ceremony is performed, the blood slave will completely obey your orders. loyal to you until death. What's more, each blood slave's primordial yin qi can help enhance the cultivator's vitality. Saying so, he suddenly turned to a woman behind him and revealed an evil grin. This is one of my blood slaves. Soon after, he gave an order that made everyone's jaws drop. Take off your clothes. The woman heard this and was stunned, her face turning pale as her tender body trembled slightly. This woman had picturesque facial features and a graceful waist, giving her an extremely charming appearance. It was unknown what kind of beguiling technique she cultivated, but there was an alluring charm to her brow. Her cultivation was not low, at least a first-order Saint King, but after listening to the orders of the man from Demon Blood Temple, she actually began to undress in front of everyone. Biting her thin lip, the woman's face turned pale, obviously unwilling, but she was unable to disobey this man's order. Rustling sounds rang out as the male disciples of the 10,000 Beast Mountain were dumbstruck. The sound of gulping could be heard continuously, and the few female disciples even revealed looks of disdain, spitting endlessly. Piece after piece of clothing was taken off, and very soon, the woman was only left with undergarments that covered her vital parts. Her skin was snow-white like fine jade, and her body was suffused with an alluring luster, causing one's appetite to be aroused. Especially this kind of flirtatious expression, which was extremely lethal to any man, causing one's blood to boil. Seeing that she was actually about to take off her undergarments, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning, showing a look of impatience as he quickly said, I'll say this one last time, I will not hand over the profound gold. You don't need to test me anymore. The expression of the Origin returning realm master from Demon Blood Temple changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, Boy, do you really want to be so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation? Yang Kai just stared back at him indifferently, too lazy to say anything more. Humph, good, young people with lofty aspirations, I hope your life won't be as thin as paper. The man sneered, leaving behind these ruthless words before tactfully not attacking Yang Kai here, waving his hand and leading the Demon Blood Temple disciples away. Before the blood slave left, she gently nodded to Yang Kai with a look of gratitude on her face. Grabbing the clothes on the ground, her tender body flickered and disappeared without a trace. Deng Ning also cupped his fists to Yang Kai, an apologetic look on his face before retreating with his elders. After the people from Demon Blood Temple left, the burly man leading the Myriad Beast Mountain group chuckled, Boy, you should think about it carefully. If you've made up your mind, come to Heavenly Fate City and find me. The conditions I proposed before can be exchanged at any time. His face was filled with goodwill, as if all the unpleasantness he had with Yang Kai a moment ago was nothing more than a figment of his imagination. After saying so, he took his people and left. After the conflict dissipated, Yang Kai frowned secretly. He found that recently he had made more and more enemies, but there was nothing he could do about it. The profound gold was indeed of great use to him, so he couldn't easily hand it over. Moreover, Dragon Cave Mountain was near Heavenly Fate City and was under the protection of Shadow Moon Hall. Although Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the various grievances between Yang Kai and the Xia family, if Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple attacked Dragon Cave Mountain, Shadow Moon Hall would not sit idly by. These two forces could be ignored for the time being, but the Xia family needed to be considered. Originally, Yang Kai planned to settle the score with the Xia family after coming out of seclusion last time, but now that he learned that Lu Yi was also in the Xia family, and it seemed that even Sea Heart Sex people had run to the Xia family, Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to take action. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive strength was absolutely unquestionable, but in terms of offensive power, it was indeed somewhat lacking. This matter would need to be carefully considered. Regarding Lu Yi, Yang Kai was still quite wary. Just the fact that the other party could regrow his severed arm was enough to shock him, so it would be unwise to act rashly before thoroughly understanding Lu Ye's background. Thinking so, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountain defending array. Yang Yen was waiting for him up ahead and had not gone to rest, so when he saw Yang Kai return safely, he wasn't too surprised and simply beckoned to him before walking towards the cave mansion. Yang Kai smiled lightly and slowly followed. Inside the cave mansion, the two sat face to face and Yang Yen stretched out his hand and said, "Let me see that Star Emperor token." Chapter 1384. As if he had expected Yang Inflammation to say this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and handed the Star Emperor token he had exchanged with Guqi to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation received it, a complicated look on her face as she gently stroked it, her expression fluctuating as a trace of reminiscence flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai sat to the side, not bothering to disturb her. After half an hour, the strange look on Yang Inflammation's face disappeared as she let out a heavy breath and handed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai. "Keep this thing well, it may be of great use in the future." "Great use?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "How do I use it?" "I don't know." Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. "It's just my feeling. Even if you asked me to explain it, I wouldn't be able to. However, it definitely hides some secrets, and it is rumored that the great emperors refined a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens in their lifetime. Perhaps we need to collect all 10 in order to unravel the mystery." After saying so, she laughed self-deprecatingly, "But collecting all 10 Star Emperor tokens is simply too difficult. For an ordinary person, obtaining one in their lifetime is already a great opportunity, so how could they possibly collect all 10? "Is that so?" Yang Kai showed a strange smile. "I have more here." "What?" Yang Inflammation looked at him in amazement before her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the other Star Emperor token that had strangely appeared in Yang Kai's hand, speechless for a long time. This Star Emperor token was basically the same as the one Gucci had exchanged for, and there was no difference at all. The divine technique sealed inside had been activated, but the remnant Emperor pressure was incomparably clear. Obviously, it was also something refined by the great emperors. This was not the end though, as Yang Kai flipped his hand and another Star Emperor token appeared. When Yang Yin saw the third Star Emperor token, she couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she muttered, "Could this be?" This third Star Emperor token was clearly different from the previous two. Although its appearance was the same, the energy fluctuations it gave off caused one's heart to palpitate. Yang Inflammation was experienced and knowledgeable, so how could he not see through its hidden mysteries? "And this is an intact Star Emperor token." Yang Kai smiled lightly and tossed it to Yang Yin. Yang Inflammation took it in a flurry. Then, something unexpected happened. When the intact Star Emperor token was grasped by Yang Yin, a rippling aura was visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, a crisp bird cry rang out from the Star Emperor token. This bird cry was similar to that of a sparrow, but it was extremely loud and clear. At the same time, a cyan slender bird pattern with long feathers on its tail flashed across the Star Emperor token before disappearing. Immediately afterwards, the Saint Chi fluctuations in Yang Inflammation's body resonated with the energy contained in the Star Emperor token, and both of them floated up involuntarily. With a loud sizzling sound, the aura inside the cave mansion became chaotic, and a coercion that caused Yang Kai to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai didn't understand what was going on at all and hurriedly summoned his purple shield while circulating his Saint Chi to protect himself. Only then did he release his divine sense to investigate the situation of Yang Inflammation. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai was surprised. He found that Yang Inflammation didn't show any signs of abnormality and instead seemed to be receiving some kind of message from the Star Emperor token. Her beautiful eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled, and her brow furrowed from time to time. This scene didn't last long, only a dozen breaths of time. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what to do, Yang Inflammation suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the Star Emperor token floating in front of her, and gently floated down to the ground, staring at it thoughtfully. "What happened?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yang Inflammation glanced at him and didn't answer his question directly. "You haven't refined it yet, have you? This thing can be refined?" Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. "This is also a kind of artifact, but it's a one-time use artifact, so naturally it can be refined. Fortunately, you've been keeping it hidden and haven't used it yet, otherwise you would have died." Yang Kai didn't show any surprise. Guizhu had already told him this before, so even though the situation had become more dangerous over the years, he had never thought about using this Star Emperor token. This kind of trump card that would allow him to perish together with his enemies was not something he would easily take out. "You seem to know a lot of things." Yang Kai frowned slightly as he looked at her. "What do you want to say?" Yang Inflammation pursed her red lips lightly, her expression slightly uneasy. "Since you fell into a coma for no reason last time, I feel like you've changed a lot. What are you hiding? Is there something you can't tell me?" Yang Kai decided to speak up about the doubts he had been harboring during this time, especially today. When Gucci saw Yang Yin, he acted like he had seen a ghost, but Yang Yin said she had never seen him before. Now, this Star Emperor token had actually resonated with Yang Inflammation, making it impossible for Yang Kai to ignore it. Yang Kai wanted to talk to Yang Yin openly and honestly. "I'm not hiding anything, it's just..." Yang Inflammation showed a hesitant look on her face. "Just what?" It's just that I'm not sure myself, so I didn't say anything. When I'm sure I'll tell you, okay? Yang Inflammation looked at him pleadingly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly grinning. Tell me how to refine this thing. I've studied it a few times before, but I've come up with nothing. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't continue to ask, Yang Inflammation breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. I only just found out, hee. Saying so, Yang Inflammation condensed a wisp of sword-like Saint Chi at his fingertips and quickly cut a small wound on his wrist. Red blood immediately flowed out and Yang Inflammation placed the Star Emperor token on the wound. Yang Kai heard a bone-chilling sound as if a hungry ghost was devouring flesh and blood, and the blood that flowed out of Yang Yan's wrist was absorbed by the Star Emperor token. In the blink of an eye, the Star Emperor token had become as red as blood. After doing all this, Yang Inflammation seemed to be a little tired and tossed the Star Emperor token back to Yang Kai before sitting down cross-legged. That's it? Yang Kai looked at the Star Emperor token in his hand in amazement and found that only its color had changed a little, nothing else had changed. Yang Inflammation nodded seriously. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. If refining this Star Emperor token required blood, then it should have been provided by the person who refined it, so why would Yang Inflammation provide blood? You'll know once you try. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips before standing up and walking out, saying, You must take good care of these 3 Star Emperor tokens. Got it? Yang Kai nodded helplessly. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai held the bright red Star Emperor token in his hand and tried to pour his Saint Chi into it. Surprisingly, his Saint Chi poured in easily without the slightest hindrance, nor did it show any sign of activating the divine technique sealed inside. At this moment, the Star Emperor token was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing Yang Kai's Saint Chi and establishing a faint connection with it. This was clearly the beginning of refining this artifact. Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately understood that Yang Inflammation was right. This Star Emperor token could really be refined, so he spared no effort in doing so. At the same time, in a jungle about 300 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, a young man was flying forward seemingly casually at a leisurely pace. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately attacked this young man. The reason was simple: this young man was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi, the one Yang Kai hated to the core. Looking at the direction he was flying, it was obvious he was returning to the Xie family. Lu Ye's lips curled slightly as a light smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the star shuttle beneath his feet turned and flew directly into the jungle. A moment later, he gently landed on the ground and stood there with his hands behind his back. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of a gentle breeze blowing through the branches and leaves. What's wrong? Didn't all of you lie in ambush here specifically to wait for this Lu? Now that this Lu is here, why don't all of you show yourselves? Lu Yi tilted his head and glanced at the thick trees on either side. No one answered, nor did anyone show up, as if Lu Yi was the only one here. However, Lu Ye's expression remained firm as he sneered, A group of cowards actually daring to ambush this Lu? Good, since you don't want to show yourself, don't blame this Lu for being impolite. Brat, your eyesight isn't bad. You were actually able to see through our concealment technique. What a pity, your life has come to an end. A loud and clear voice rang out. In the next moment, several people suddenly jumped down from a large tree. Immediately afterwards, there was a rustling sound as people appeared all around, all of them staring towards Lu Yi with malicious intent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yi was surrounded and there was no way out for him. In the auction just now, Lu Yi had been extremely generous with his money, so naturally he had attracted the attention of countless people. Although he had quietly withdrawn from the auction at the last moment, many people were still secretly following him. Knowing that he was returning to the Xie family, these people had set up an ambush in this jungle in advance, waiting for him to show up. Sure enough, Lu Yi really did pass by here, but what these people with malicious intentions did not expect was that Lu Yi would be so bold, daring to walk right into the trap despite knowing that there was an ambush. The man who spoke just now was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator with a short stature and a large bump on his forehead. His appearance was extremely ugly, and as he stared at Lu Yi, a malicious grin appeared on his face as he nodded. Not bad, your courage is extraordinary. I haven't seen such a brave little brat in many years. Brother Qing, why are you wasting time with him? Just hurry up and do it. On the other side, an elderly man with 3 strands of long beard impatiently urged. Although on the surface this elderly man was much older than the cultivator surnamed Cheng, the two were actually not that far apart in age, only their appearances differed. Yes, a long night is fraught with dreams. This boy is quite rich, so his harvest will definitely not be small. What's the hurry? The cultivator's surname Cheng coldly snorted. Naturally we must act, but how should we distribute this treasure? Shouldn't we discuss it first? There were a total of 3 groups, 3 origin returning realm masters, 1 Saint King and 1 Saint Realm Master, totaling about 15 to 16 people. Chapter 1385. Now that they had the upper hand, none of the 3 groups put a trivial Lu Yi in their eyes. After all, under the investigation of their divine senses, they could tell he was just a third-order Saint King. In front of him, all of them wanted to discuss the division of benefits. Someone who could spend 40 million Saint Crystals at the auction should still have some Saint Crystals left on him. What's more, the things he bought at the auction were all excellent treasures, more than enough to be divided among them. The backgrounds of these 3 groups were not high and the forces they belonged to were only comparable to Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi belonged to. All of them were small forces, otherwise they wouldn't have resorted to killing and robbing. A cultivator from a big force was generally more self-disciplined due to the strict rules of their sect. With such a big fat sheep in front of them, anyone who looked at it would drool, feeling that their group was stronger and deserved a bigger share. In an instant, the 3 origin returning realm masters began to quarrel, spittle flying everywhere, none of them willing to back down. Lu Yi stood in place with an indifferent expression, not showing the slightest sign of panic, as if these people were not talking about him, his expression gradually becoming impatient. Seeing the 3 people arguing more and more fiercely, Lu Yi finally couldn't bear it anymore and coldly snorted, "Useless trash." As soon as this statement came out, all 3 origin returning realm masters stared at him in amazement. The cultivator surnamed Cheng pretended to pick his ear and exclaimed in surprise, "Boy, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again." "I said you're just a bunch of trash, killing and robbing people, but before they're even dead you're already discussing the division of benefits? Ridiculous, do you think you can eat this, Lu?" Lu Ye's mouth curled into a sarcastic and disdainful smile. The cultivator surnamed Cheng's face sank. His expression became ferocious as he chuckled meaningfully, "Two friends, this little brat is tired of living. Since he wants to die, we might as well grant him his wish first, then we can sit down and have a good discussion." The other 2 were also stimulated by Lu Ye's arrogant words, so naturally, there was no reason for them to disagree. The cultivator surnamed Cheng sneered, waved his hand and shouted, "Chop him into mincemeat, I want him to regret being born in this world." Once the order was given, many Saint King Realm and Saint Realm cultivators summoned their artifacts. Just as he was about to launch an attack, Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed, becoming incomparably gloomy as he laughed. "Trash like you want to scheme against this senior's life? For more than 100,000 years. You are the most daring people I have ever seen." What? The 3 origin returning realm masters were dumbfounded upon hearing this. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Lu Yi laughed maniacally and waved his hands. Suddenly blood-red beams of light shot out. They all rushed towards the cultivator. A strange sound rang out from the blood-red light, as if it was some kind of living creature, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. They all tried to resist, but a scene that made everyone despair appeared. Whether they attacked or defended, they were unable to resist this blood-red light. Not to mention the Saint Kings and Saints, even the cultivator surnamed Cheng and the other 2 origin returning realm masters were all struck. The blood-red light only flickered slightly before disregarding their protective Saint Chi and drilling directly into their bodies, disappearing from sight. "What the hell?" The cultivator surnamed Cheng cried out in horror as he involuntarily stumbled back a few steps, his face pale as he hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate himself. What surprised him though was that there was nothing wrong with him. His Saint Chi was flowing smoothly, his meridians were open, and his divine sense was not affected in the slightest. What was the effect of that blood-red light just now? After so many years of cultivation, this was the first time the cultivator surnamed Cheng had encountered such a strange thing. Feeling suspicious, he turned his head to look at the other 2 origin returning realm masters but found that they were just as suspicious as him. Their expressions were gloomy and uncertain, obviously unable to find any useful information. After releasing the blood-red light, Lu Yi did not move, simply standing in place and staring at them with a contemptuous look, coldly snorting in dissatisfaction. "I thought I would be able to draw out a lot of useful people, but I didn't expect that only 3 wastes would show up. Fine, at least you are of some use. From now on you will obey this senior's orders." Draw out? The cultivator surnamed Cheng listened to his words and frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, his expression changed drastically. You deliberately acted so generously at the auction just to attract people to rob you? The other two Origin returning realm masters heard this and instantly understood the whole story and could not help looking at Lu Yi with some fear. No matter what this person wanted to do, this intention alone was enough to make them suspicious. What's more, no one knew what that blood-red light just now was. You are not qualified to ask. If you obey this senior's orders, I can spare your life, otherwise. Otherwise what? The cultivator surnamed Cheng obviously did not want to sit still and wait for death. Or rather, he did not believe that the blood-red light had any mysterious effect. After all, he was not feeling any discomfort right now. Maybe the other party is just deliberately mystifying things. He comforted himself. Otherwise, the end will be very miserable. Lu Yi grinned wickedly. As soon as his voice fell, the cultivator surnamed Cheng suddenly grabbed his head with both hands and screamed loudly. His screams sounded like he was being cut by 1,000 knives, causing everyone to be shocked. In just 3 breaths of time, the cultivator surnamed Cheng's clothes were soaked with sweat. His whole body was bent like a shrimp as he let out a beast-like roar from the depths of his throat. His skin was red as if he would explode at any moment. What did you do to Brother Cheng? What was that thing just now? The other Origin returning realm master's eyes trembled as he asked in shock. Not only was the cultivator surnamed Cheng affected by the blood-red light, but everyone present was affected as well. Seeing the cultivator surnamed Cheng being tortured like this, he naturally felt a sense of sadness. This senior just gave him a 10,000 poison evil insect, why make such a fuss? Lu Yi sneered. 10,000 poison evil insect? Everyone heard this and looked at each other. Although none of them had heard of it before, from the experience of the cultivator surnamed Cheng, it was obviously not something good. The elderly man's expression flickered for a moment before he suddenly pointed his finger and summoned a long black sword. This long sword was shrouded in black chi and faintly exuded a bloody aura. The black chi struggled and squirmed before suddenly transforming into a 10-meter-long black snake that bit towards Lu Yi. He actually intended to kill Lu Yi directly. This idea wasn't wrong. No matter what this 10,000 poison evil insect was, for it to cause this cultivator surnamed Cheng to suffer so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was obviously under Lu Ye's control. The elderly man was also affected by this 10,000 poison evil insect, so if he wanted to get rid of it, he could only kill Lu Yi by surprise. In his opinion, Lu Yi was just a third-order Saint King cultivator, so the fact that he could stand here so calmly without the slightest fear was obviously because of the strangeness of the 10,000 poison evil insect. But no matter how powerful the 10,000 poison evil insect was, once the cultivator died it would be useless, right? The elderly man was also a decisive person, so as soon as he thought of this he immediately took action. There was no prior warning and his attack was extremely ruthless, directly summoning his most powerful artifact. The black snake rushed towards Lu Yi in an instant, causing the elderly man's mouth to curl into a cruel smile as he secretly cheered in his heart. But in the next moment his eyes bulged. Because Lu Yi had actually stretched out his hand and grabbed the black snake, seemingly moving slowly but actually grabbing it in the palm of his hand. The black snake struggled and squirmed, trying to break free from Lu Ye's grasp, but no matter how hard it tried, it was unable to do so. How is this possible? The elderly man's face changed drastically. This artifact of his was extremely evil, not to mention just holding it, even if a Saint King realm cultivator were to come into contact with its black chi, they would immediately fall unconscious. At that time they would be at his mercy, but this young man seemed to be completely fine. This scene frightened the elderly man, but he was still an Origin returning realm master with extremely rich combat experience. With a single thought, the black snake in Lu Ye's hand suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a jet of black venom directly onto Lu Ye's face. Let's see if you'll die this time. The elderly man roared with a ferocious look on his face. After saying this, he opened his mouth wide and was unable to close it again. He was shocked to find that even if he was sprayed with venom, Lu Yi remained unscathed. Only a sizzling sound could be heard from his face as Lu Ye's expression gradually became extremely violent, his eyes becoming extremely cold. Facing these two eyes, the elderly man's body trembled as a chill ran down his spine. He felt the call of death. Lu Yi stretched out his other hand and slowly wiped the venom off his face, saying in a low voice, "I originally wanted to spare your life, but since you've chosen to seek your own death, don't blame this senior." Saying so, he stared coldly at the elderly man. In the next moment, The elderly man's vitality began to surge and the surface of his skin became as red as iron as his body began to swell. No, no. Bear. The elderly man shouted in horror, but before he could finish speaking, his body exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but bones. The smell of blood filled the air. The other Origin returning realm master saw this scene and froze in place, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of monster had they provoked? A trivial third-order Saint King not only ignored all of the elderly man's attacks but also caused him to explode with a single thought. Was this really something a Saint King could do? After killing the elderly man, Lu Yi casually threw the black snake in his hand to the ground. Without its master controlling it, the black snake once again transformed into a black sword. Lu Yi calmly took out a brocade handkerchief and wiped his face before turning to look at the last Origin returning realm master. The cultivator was quite perceptive and knew that he was doomed. Seeing Lu Yi look at him, he immediately half knelt on the ground, lowered his head and respectfully said, "This one is willing to serve you as master and will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you." With an Origin returning realm master doing this, the other Saint Kings and Saints all exchanged a glance before kneeling on the ground and pledging their allegiance. The cultivator surnamed Cheng had been tortured for a long time and was terrified of Lu Yi, so how could he resist? He also hurriedly got up and expressed his willingness to follow Lu Yi. Chapter 1386. The reaction of these people obviously satisfied Lu Yi. Even if he knew they had no sincerity at all, Lu Yi didn't need them. In front of absolute strength, what did it matter if they tried to curry favor? The corners of Lu Yi's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. "Good, since you all are so sincere, I won't hesitate to spare your lives, but Saint Realm Masters are too weak to be of any use. Kill them all." Hearing this, everyone's complexion changed greatly, especially the Saint Realm cultivator, who panicked. Never having expected that even if they groveled, they wouldn't be able to escape this fate, so they immediately began begging for mercy. The two Origin returning realm masters also chimed in. After all, these saints were their juniors, how could they just kill them like that? Lu Yi remained unmoved and said lightly, "Do you need this senior to do it himself?" The cultivator surnamed Cheng and the other Origin returning realm master were stunned for a moment before recalling the tragic death of the elderly man just now. After exchanging a glance, the two of them steeled their hearts and pushed their Saint Chi towards the Saint Realm cultivator. With a series of cracking sounds, the Saint Realm cultivators all had their heads crushed and died on the spot. And Lu Yi gently nodded, expressing his satisfaction before ordering, "This senior has something he wants you to do. Please give us your orders, master." The cultivator surnamed Cheng said respectfully, "No matter what method you use, whether it's luring or kidnapping, find this senior some Origin returning realm cultivators whose strength is no less than the two of you. Find some Saint Kings as well." "Yes." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Cheng immediately understood what Lu Yi was planning to do. This young man clearly wanted to use the same method to recruit subordinates, causing him to feel secretly happy, not feeling the slightest sense of rejection. Human psychology was always so subtle. If one suffered a loss, of course, one would be happy to see others suffer as well, so one's mood would be much better. "But master, where should we take these people?" "The Xie family." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off towards the Xie family's headquarters. After he left, the cultivator surnamed Cheng gasped for breath. When he was being tortured by Lu Yi just now, he had almost thought he would die, but he had never expected to be able to keep his life, so he was naturally overjoyed. "Brother Cheng, do we really have to obey this little brat?" The other Origin returning realm master stared in the direction Lu Yi disappeared and frowned, a look of unwillingness on his face. Although he was quicker than anyone else to pledge his loyalty, he still felt some rejection in his heart. No matter what, Lu Yi's cultivation was a level lower than his, and the flowing cloud valley he came from was not very powerful either. How could such a person deserve his loyalty? What else can we do? Does Brother Ren want to experience the pain of 10,000 poisons biting at his heart? The cultivator surnamed Cheng recalled the torture he had just suffered and couldn't help shivering. The cultivator surnamed Ren's face also turned ugly as he hesitantly said, "But this boy, isn't he?" The cultivator surnamed Cheng wore a thoughtful expression. Flowing Cloud Valley shouldn't be that strong, so how could such a monstrous talent appear here? But his methods are incredible, not even fearing the Black Snake Sword. "Brother Ren, are you sure you can withstand a blow from the Black Snake Sword?" The cultivator surnamed Ren shook his head quickly. The black snake sword was the half-grown old man's most important artifact and was extremely powerful. He didn't dare to take it head-on, but Lu Yi had done so. Now that he thought about it, there were many suspicious points, but Lu Yi's strength was obviously not low. You and I are definitely not his opponents in a one-on-one fight. He is only a third-order Saint King now, but if he breaks through to the third-order origin returning realm one day, haha, don't tell me Brother Rin doesn't understand the saying, under a big tree is the best shade? Hearing what he said, Cultivator surnamed Ren's eyes lit up. Besides, our families aren't strong, and with the appearance of the Emperor Garden this time, everyone wants a piece of the pie. If we can join forces with that little brat, we may be able to obtain some benefits. On top of that, this 10,000 poison evil insect is too strange. I've never even heard of it before, so I don't think anyone knows how to deal with it. What Brother Qing says makes sense, then we might as well follow his orders for now. In any case, there's plenty of time in the future. And that's what I was thinking. Cultivator surnamed Qing nodded immediately. The two of them reached an agreement and naturally agreed to carry out the task given by Lu Yi, preparing to find an origin-returning realm master to lure to the Xie family so Lu Yi could plant the 10,000 poison evil insect. Half a month later, inside the cave mansion on Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai looked at the blood-red Star Emperor token in his hand with a touch of joy in his eyes. After half a month of refining, he finally managed to refine this intact Star Emperor token into his body. Yang Kai had heard of this kind of one-time use artifact before, all of which were extremely powerful, but because of the limited number of times they could be used, ordinary artifact refiners would not easily refine them. Yang Kai had never expected that he would actually be able to obtain one, and a famous Star Emperor token at that. What was sealed inside this Star Emperor token was the divine technique of the Great Emperors. It could be said that once used, one would be invincible on Shadowed Star. However, the consequences were equally huge. The divine technique of the Great Emperors was no trivial matter, and if one did not have enough strength to lift the seal, it was very likely that they would perish together with their enemy. Yang Kai knew that he could not open this Star Emperor token right now. Even if he reached the origin returning realm, he would need to consider whether or not to use it. Perhaps he would need to reach the third-order origin returning realm before he was qualified to use it. After happily playing with this Star Emperor token for a while, Yang Kai took it back into his body. Just as he was about to cultivate his golden blood thread secret technique, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction, a look of amazement filling his face. After a short while, Yang Kai got up and disappeared from the cave mansion like a ghost, restraining his aura as he quietly flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was late at night, and Yang Kai had deliberately concealed his whereabouts, so no one on Dragon Cave Mountain noticed that Yang Kai had actually left. Half an hour later, in a wasteland about 200 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai's figure landed. Not far away, a graceful figure was standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Noticing his arrival, this figure raised her eyes and looked over, helplessly saying, "I knew I couldn't hide from you." "Nonsense." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "You were the one who gave me the mountain defending array token, so of course I noticed you activating it." The one who had quietly left Dragon Cave Mountain in the middle of the night was actually Yang Yun. "What are you doing out here?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. "I want to go somewhere," Yang Yun replied without concealing anything. "Where are you going? Why didn't you tell me?" Yang Kai looked at her with dissatisfaction. Nowadays the area around Heavenly Fate City was filled with dragons and snakes. Many great forces had stationed themselves here to monitor the movements of the Emperor Garden, but the Emperor Garden had remained silent for so long. However, the cultivator who stayed here could not bear the loneliness. After all, many of the great forces had grievances with each other. Every day, fights broke out near Heavenly Fate City and people died every day. Shadow Moon Hall naturally would not intervene in the grievances between these great forces, so the situation around Heavenly Fate City was becoming more and more chaotic. Yang Yun leaving alone was actually very dangerous, so Yang Kai was naturally a little angry. "Didn't you follow me?" Yang Yun pouted. "Tell me, where are you going?" Yang Kai looked at her helplessly. "You'll know when we get there," Yang Yun giggled. Yang Yun giggled, but before Yang Kai could ask, she continued, "When we get there, I may know a lot of things and can answer many of your questions. Don't ask me now because I don't know how to answer them." Yang Kai frowned and nodded gently after a long time. "I'll explain things to Dragon Cave Mountain and then we'll set off." "No need, I've already told Wu Yi and Chen Yu." Yang Yun stuck out her tongue and only then did Yang Kai understand that she had no intention of leaving him behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Yang Yun wiped her space ring and took out a long shuttle-like artifact before gently tossing it forward. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth and this long shuttle artifact grew in size, becoming 10 meters tall and 10 meters long in the blink of an eye, floating quietly in front of them like a shark. This is... Yang Kai stared dumbfounded. This is my improved flight-type artifact, the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. This is my first time using it, so it should be quite good. Yang Yun smiled lightly before pouring her Saint Chi into the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle. With a soft sound, an entrance suddenly appeared on the shuttle. Yang Yun flew in lightly, waved to Yang Kai, turned around and disappeared inside. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed as he circled around the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle several times before following in. Entering the interior, Yang Kai was stunned again because from the outside, this so-called Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was only 10 meters long, but after entering he discovered that there was actually a whole new world inside. There were several rooms, and although this space wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. Yang Kai also felt a familiar wave of power lingering around. Space Force. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai found traces of Yang Yun and walked straight in that direction, entering a room full of various spirit arrays. The entire room was filled with dense spirit chi. Pieces of round objects that looked like Saint crystals were placed in grooves. They were densely packed together and were innumerable. Saint crystal sources. These were the Saint crystal sources that could only be condensed by the stone mongoose, and their grade was even higher than high-rank Saint crystals. At this moment, Yang Yun was fiddling with something in front of a spirit array. Yang Kai leaned over to take a look and found that the spirit array in front of him actually showed a clear path with flashing points of light that were somewhat similar to a star. Yang Yun skillfully chose a point of light, and in the next moment, Yang Kai noticed that the Flying Shark Battle Shuttle flickered slightly before shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai's face paled. He found that the flying speed of this Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was several times faster than that of a star shuttle, reaching a terrifying level. You asked me to pour my space force into those things some time ago in order to refine this thing? Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he looked around. And you can even refine this kind of thing? Yang Kai was really shocked this time. Chapter 1387. One had to know that the grade of starships on Shadowed Star was not high, and there were very few of them. Only a few great sects could possess them. The last starship the Haiku family sent to Shadowed Star territory was rented from Shadow Moon Hall at a high price. For this reason, the Haiku family had paid a huge price at that time. It was not a simple matter to refine a battleship. It was very likely that it would require hundreds or even more refiners to work together for many years before it could be completed. But Yang Inflammation had actually achieved this with his own strength. Although it was small, it was still a starship. What's wrong with this? I can refine even bigger ones? Yang Inflammation said smugly. If he had a tail, it would have already flown to the sky. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling his mouth go dry as he stared at her expectantly. Why was Shadowed Star isolated from the outside world and unable to communicate with the other stars in its territory? It was nothing more than its location being too remote. It would take several years to travel from the nearest living star, and along the way there were many dangers and thorns. With the artifact refining level of Shadowed Star starships, it was impossible for them to support such a long distance and dangerous flight. If there was an Origin King grade starship or even an Origin grade high-rank starship, the cultivator on Shadowed Star would be able to restore contact with the outside world. Yang Kai had been stranded on Shadowed Star for a long time, so he knew that there were only two ways to leave Shadowed Star. The first was to rely on his own cultivation to ignore the various dangers in Shadowed Star's territory and cross the long star road with his own strength. The second was to rely on a high-grade starship. However, neither of these two options could be easily achieved. Without even mentioning the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, which prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm, a starship that could withstand the various dangers in Shadowed Star's territory was simply impossible to produce. But now Yang Inflammation had taken out one. The Flying Shark Battle Shuttle was definitely a powerful artifact that could support long-distance voyages within Shadowed Star's territory. This gave him hope of leaving Shadowed Star. He suddenly felt that the distance between him and the woman he had been thinking about all this time had suddenly narrowed. Before he received any news about Su Yan, Yang Kai had not thought much about it, but after learning that Su Yan was living to this day's territory, he dreamed of finding her. There was also Xia Ning Chang who lived on Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai wanted to go back and see how she was. Yang Inflammation to say, Yang Inflammation to you, to Yang Inflammation stars to, Yang Inflammation Yang, Yang Yang's Yang twos, to me, to you, to me, to you, to you, to you, to you too. Yang Inflammation stars, but it still needs some improvements. Calm. Yang stars. Our Dragon Cave Mountain has an underground secret vault? Yang Kai was even more stunned. Yang Yen chuckled lightly, you've been in retreat all day, so of course you don't know. Yang Kai blushed with shame. Speaking of which, although he was the sect master of Dragon Cave Mountain, he never cared about its affairs. The only thing he cared about was funding. If there was a shortage of Saint crystals or materials, he would find a way. As for what those Saint crystals and materials were used for, he didn't care. Yang Kai used to think that Dragon Cave Mountain was spending money like water because Yang Inflammation was arranging spirit arrays, but now he knew that Yang Inflammation was refining starships. No wonder no matter how many Saint crystals and materials there wasn't enough for her to squander. Thinking about the scale of the starships he had seen on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star, Yang Kai understood. While they were talking, the Flying Shark battle shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai's divine sense was almost unable to keep up with its speed, so it was easy to imagine how fast it was. I want to do an experiment. If something goes wrong, remember to save me, Yang Inflammation suddenly said inexplicably. What? Yang Kai was taken aback, unable to recover from his daze. Yang Inflammation smiled strangely as he suddenly poured his Saint Qi into a complex spirit array in front of him. Immediately after, a loud buzzing sound rang out in this room as all the Saint crystal sources inserted into the grooves gave off a dazzling light. Immediately afterward, a frightening energy fluctuation gathered in one place. Yang Kai's face filled with shock as he turned his head to look at the Saint crystal sources, only to find that all the Saint crystal sources had dimmed in an instant, as if all the energy inside them had been sucked dry. Quickly calculating the sum of these energies in his mind, even Kai Yang, who had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but pale. Hong. A muffled bang rang out as if it had come from the ninth heaven, shaking the Flying Shark battle shuttle violently. In the next moment, Yang Kai saw a bright and dazzling pillar of energy shoot out from a certain part of the Flying Shark battle shuttle and bombard the void. The void was like a snowflake under the scorching sun and quickly melted, transforming into a chaotic vortex that slowly rotated and emitted strong space force fluctuations. A void corridor. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Yang Inflammation had already controlled the Flying Shark battle shuttle to rush towards the void corridor. Yang Kai didn't even have time to stop her, only able to hear her giggling like a silver bell. A familiar feeling suddenly descended from the sky. It was the unique feeling of weightlessness that one would experience when passing through a void corridor or using a space array. This feeling came quickly and went quickly. After everything stabilized, Yang Kai found himself and Yang Inflammation in a strange place while the Flying Shark battle shuttle slowly emerged from a huge vortex. Not having the time to be shocked, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but in the next moment his face sank. Because not far in front of him, there were two groups of people fighting. Their strength wasn't very high, with the leaders being first or second order Saint Kings while the rest were all saints. The number of people in the two groups added together was about 30 to 40. In the middle of the two groups, there were several corpses lying on the ground, all of them extremely gruesome to look at. Not far away there was also the corpse of an 8th order monster beast, Wind Flame Fox. At a glance, it was obvious that these two groups were fighting over this dead monster beast. It was very likely that the two sides had joined forces to kill the monster beast, but in the end, because of unequal distribution of the spoils, there was a conflict. This situation was so common that Yang Kai was able to guess the situation with just a sweep of his divine sense. Aya? Yang Yen let out a soft cry, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face, as if he hadn't expected that the Flying Shark battle shuttle's first attempt to shatter space and perform a long-distance transmission would be witnessed by so many people. After all, it was still late at night, so who would have thought there would be so many people in this desolate wilderness? What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Is it fun to be stared at like a monkey? Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. Yang Yen immediately recovered, stretched out his hand and tapped the array plate in front of him. With a hum, the Flying Shark battle shuttle turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Below them, the two parties who were fighting fiercely were all stunned. Brother, what was that? A woman dressed like a young woman approached a St. King Realm cultivator and asked with trembling eyes. She didn't look very young, but she had maintained herself very well and still retained her charm. It was obvious that she must have been a beauty when she was young, but at this moment, her pretty face was filled with panic, obviously frightened by what had just happened. Brother doesn't know, the St. King Realm man shook his head blankly. It wasn't that they were shallow, but rather that the scene just now was too shocking. A void vortex had appeared out of thin air, and then a shark-like creature had emerged from it. Even if an origin returning realm master was here, they would likely be frightened, let alone people like them. But from the looks of it, it should be a starship, right? The man muttered again. Is there such a small starship? The young woman obviously had some doubts. Little sister was fortunate enough to see Thunder Typhoon Sect's starship set sail many years ago. That one was several dozen times larger than the one just now. Just as the two were talking though, a scream rang out. The man and the young woman's expression went cold as they turned their heads to look, quickly discovering that one of their cultivators had been seriously injured by an enemy while he was absent-minded, bleeding profusely as he cried out in pain. The man flew into a rage. Suold Third, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Shameless. Saying so, Yang Kai once again activated his artifact and sent it flying towards the other side. The original silence was instantly broken as the two groups once again clashed. As for what they had just witnessed in the face of this blood feud, it had long been forgotten. Above a certain grassland 1,000 kilometers away, the flying shark battle shuttle came to a stop quietly. Inside the starship, the shock on Yang Kai's face had yet to fade while Yang Yen was quickly replacing the St. Crystal sources. Yang Kai had never expected that this flying shark battle shuttle could actually shatter space. Although the consumption was enormous, consuming all the energy contained in over 100 St. Crystal sources at once, this was still an unimaginable feat. Moreover, the distance the flying shark battle shuttle could cross when shattering space was much greater than when he tore space himself. At the very least, Yang Kai could no longer detect its original position with his divine sense. A moment later, Yang Yin finished replacing the St. Crystal sources and once again urged the flying shark battle shuttle to fly forward. How far can you travel by shattering space like this? Yang Kai asked. Just now, it should be 100,000 kilometers, Yang Yin replied casually, his brow wrinkling slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. And the consumption is too great, and the exact position isn't easy to determine. After all, I was only using the principles of space arrays, so it seems I'll have to make some improvements. Yang Yin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This kind of thing can't be leaked, otherwise it'll cause a lot of trouble, Yang Kai said solemnly. Hee, it doesn't matter if it leaks, Yang Yin said confidently. Even if others obtain this flying shark battle shuttle, they won't be able to use it. What? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Because others don't have St. Crystal sources. If they want to drive this flying shark battle shuttle, they don't have enough high-rank St. Crystals, so only the St. Crystal sources condensed by Xiao Xiao can meet the requirements, Yang Yen explained. Yang Kai suddenly understood, so that's why you're holding onto the stone mongoose so tightly? Yang Yen nodded happily. The poor stone mongoose, Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly as he observed a moment of silence. Chapter 1388. The flying shark battle shuttle flew forward at an unimaginable speed while Yang Kai sat cross-legged in one of the rooms of the battle shuttle, cultivating alone. As for Yang Yin, he was controlling the direction of the battle shuttle. Riding this special flight-type artifact was much better than using a star shuttle. First of all, this battle shuttle had its own room and was quite spacious, allowing Yang Kai to stay inside without being disturbed by the outside world. This was something a star shuttle could not compare with. Second, while controlling a star shuttle to fly, one had to resist the wind and activate the star shuttle's protection, all of which consumed the cultivator's St. Chi. However, this flying shark battle shuttle did not have such concerns as all of its power was provided by St. Crystal sources, so it did not consume any of the cultivator's strength. Third, the speed of this flying sand battle shuttle refined by Yang Yen was not something an ordinary star shuttle could compare with. At the very least, Yang Kai had been cultivating here for more than 10 days without feeling the slightest disturbance, as if he was in a secluded room where the outside world's interference could not reach him at all. Yang Kai was now a third-order Saint King, just one step away from the origin returning realm and he would be able to condense his own sure. However, breaking through to the origin returning realm was not a simple matter. At least, Yang Kai still could not see any hope of doing so. He secretly felt that breaking through was probably not something that could be achieved through hard work, but rather through opportunities and external stimuli. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the Third Order Saint King realm, he had heard some news about Su Yen from Jianghu, which had given him an opportunity to break through. Yang Kai wanted to find this opportunity by cultivating various secret techniques, so over the past few days he had been cultivating his golden blood thread, assimilating the colored glass bead with his demon eye of annihilation, and even refining the last few Lu Yen flying fires. The power of his conflagrated knowledge C had increased significantly, allowing him to perform alchemy more easily. At the same time, the strength of his divine sense had also greatly increased. If he used his blossoming lotus secret technique, its power would definitely increase as well. However, Yang Kai had not found an opportunity to experiment. On this day, Yang Kai was condensing a new golden blood thread with his golden blood when he suddenly felt the battle shuttle tremble slightly and come to a stop. Yang Kai opened his eyes, got up and walked out. A moment later he came to Yang Inflammation's side. "We're almost there, we'll use our star shuttle to fly the rest of the way." Yang Yenyun glanced over at him. Of course, Yang Kai had no objections. He had always been curious about where Yang Inflammation would go this time. Now that the answer was about to be revealed, he was naturally looking forward to it. The two of them exited the battle shuttle and Yang Yen formed a few seals before the flying shark battle shuttle quickly shrank and was stored into her space ring. The two of them then summoned their star shuttles and flew forward. The more they flew forward, the more clearly Yang Kai could feel the rich fire attribute aura in the air. Gradually, his expression became strange as he fell into deep thought. 2 days later, when the horizon was dyed red and the ground beneath them was dried up, countless ravines and cracks crisscrossed the landscape, Yang Kai exclaimed, "Lu Yen Sandfield? The place you want to go is Lu Yen Sandfield?" Yang Kai naturally remembered this familiar scene clearly. On all of Shadowed Star, it was likely that only the area around Lu Yen Sandfield had such a harsh environment. However, as far as Yang Kai knew, even if he used a star shuttle, it would take him 2 to 3 months to travel from Lu Yen Sandfield to Heavenly Fate City, but this time, it only took him and Yang Inflammation 10 days to arrive. It was obvious how terrifying the speed of the flying shark battle shuttle was. Faced with Yang Kai's inquiry, Yang Inflammation didn't answer and instead stared blankly at the fiery red sky in front of her, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, as if she was recalling something, but at the same time, there was also a trace of fear. As they approached, this expression became more and more obvious, as if she was afraid of something, her face turning slightly pale. Yang Kai stepped forward and gently held her hand. Yang Inflammation was startled and turned her head, but after seeing Yang Kai, she squeezed out a smile. "What are you doing here? Can you tell me now?" Yang Kai stared into her eyes. To confirm something, Yang Inflammation hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. "Oh? What is it that you need to confirm in Lu Yen Sandfield?" Yang Kai was surprised. The last time Lu Yen Sandfield opened, Yang Inflammation had completely disdained it and had no intention of following along, but now, several years after Lu Yen Sandfield closed, she had actually taken the initiative to come here. One had to know that there was no way to enter this place now unless one used a Star Emperor token to open the way. When Yang Kai had been stranded in Lu Yen Sandfield, he had used a Star Emperor token to open the way and return safely. Because of this, he had wasted a lot of time and suffered a lot. "Yang Kai, do you believe in reincarnation?" Yang Inflammation suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly. "Do you remember when I told you that all my knowledge of artifact refining and spirit arrays was innate? No one ever taught me these things, and in my memory I don't have the concept of parents. It's as if I appeared in this world out of thin air." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more, not understanding what Yang Inflammation was trying to say, so he could only try to comfort her. "No one appears out of thin air. Perhaps you encountered something in the past that caused your memory to be somewhat incomplete." "Perhaps." Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly but didn't argue further. While talking, the two arrived at the periphery of Lu Yen Sandfield's first layer flame area. Staring at the dark flame barrier, even though Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't help feeling somewhat apprehensive. The terrifying power radiating from this flame barrier was something that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would have no choice but to die if they tried to break through. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when Yang Inflammation arrived here, the flames seemed to have become even more intense. "In my many years of dreamland, I often dreamed that I had become another person. This person rebukes the heavens and earth, covers the heavens with one hand and is an overlord. Young Inflammation stared ahead, not showing the slightest trace of panic, simply muttering to herself softly. Do you think you are this person? Yang Kai looked at her serious face and wanted to laugh but couldn't, faintly feeling that something was wrong. I didn't think so before, but since the Emperor Garden appeared, these ethereal dreams have become more realistic. Sometimes, when I am meditating or refining something, these inexplicable scenes will appear. Combined with my experiences over the past few years, I can't help but think so, Yang Kai explained. I've never thought so before. You came here to prove this point? Yang Kai finally sorted out his thoughts and asked curiously, how do you prove it? What's so special about this place? Simple. Young Inflammation smiled and her tender body flickered, instantly disappearing from where she stood and rushing straight towards Lu Yen's sand. It was unknown what kind of exquisite movement skills she used, but Yang Kai was unable to stop her. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he turned his head to look towards Lu Yen's sand, only to see Young Inflammation's figure disappear into the flame barrier. Hurriedly taking out a Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was about to use its power to chase after her when the flame barrier suddenly roared and squirmed violently. An unimaginable resistance emerged from the other side and, like a giant invisible hand, pushed Yang Kai several thousand meters away. Young Inflammation's intrusion was like sprinkling a handful of salt into hot oil, causing Lu Yen Sand's first layer flame area to thoroughly boil. The heavens and earth buzzed, and the already crimson-red sky became as red as blood. The crisscrossing ravines on the ground cracked open even wider, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't stand still, swaying unsteadily. Looking around, the world energy aura of Lu Yen Sand's first layer flame area had become completely chaotic. The fire attribute aura within 1,000 kilometers was madly gathering towards this place, reaching a density visible to the naked eye in an instant. Yang Kai stared blankly, his face pale. With such a violent gathering of energy, let alone a trivial Yang Yen, even the most powerful master on Shadowed Star would not be able to resist it and would be crushed to pieces in an instant. But when he saw a graceful figure quietly standing in the air, his nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Young Inflammation is actually fine. Although Yang Kai couldn't see her face or movements clearly, from the vague outline of her figure, he could infer that this woman seemed to be constantly forming hand seals. With her as the center, the surrounding fire attribute aura and the flames of the flowing flame sandfield's first layer flame area were all gathering towards her. The momentum was extremely shocking. Such a massive change in the heavens and earth naturally attracted the attention of many people. Even the cultivators who were tens of thousands of kilometers away could clearly feel it. For a time, many lights shot up into the sky and rushed towards Lu Yen Sand, wanting to see what was happening. Kai Yang stood in place, anxiously watching, his heart in turmoil, his thoughts in chaos. He never imagined that Young Inflammation would be so bold as to rush into the flame area alone. What was he trying to prove that he was willing to risk his life? Yang Kai was both angry and anxious, but he was helpless. Every time Yang Kai tried to approach, he would be pushed back by a huge force. Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be powerless. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a huge sound came from all directions, and the flames of Lu Yen Sand's first layer flame area were squirming and flowing, constantly converging towards Young Inflammation, as if her side had become a bottomless hole that could accept any amount. As time passed, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the flames of the first layer flame area were rapidly becoming thinner and thinner, and their power was greatly reduced. He could not help but be stunned. Half an hour later, Young Inflammation's delicate body was clearly revealed, and the first layer flame area was almost gone. Yang Kai stood in place and watched. He saw Young Inflammation with a solemn face, her eyes closed, her long black robes fluttering in the wind, and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She was holding a fiery red ring in her hands. The ring was about the size of a collar, but it exuded a terrifying fire attribute energy fluctuation. All the fire attribute aura and the flames of the flame area were pouring into the ring and being swallowed by it. Chapter 1389. Yang Kai had never seen this ring before and was certain that Young Inflammation did not have such an artifact before. This artifact seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and Yang Kai was unable to identify its grade at a glance, which greatly surprised him. One had to know that even if it was an origin grade high-rank artifact, Yang Kai could still identify it with his eyesight, so could this ring be an origin king grade artifact? Thinking of this, Yang Kai was taken aback. After a short while, everything suddenly returned to normal and the changes in the surrounding area disappeared without a trace. However, the flowing flame sandfield's first layer flame area, which caused all cultivators on Shadowed Star to tremble in fear upon hearing its name, no longer existed. In its place, only a dry, dark red earth remained, a shocking sight to behold. Yang Inflammation slowly opened her eyes and Yang Kai was about to open his mouth to call out to her when he suddenly found a strange look in her beautiful eyes, causing him to freeze in place and stare at her with narrowed eyes. Yang Inflammation played with the ring in her hand for a moment before a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had just regained something precious and was extremely happy. Immediately, she stretched out her white arm and put the ring on her wrist. With a flash of light, the ring quickly shrank and fit perfectly on her white wrist. Yang Inflammation shook it happily as a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. Yang Kai. Standing midair, she suddenly raised her head and called out. Yang Kai did not respond and instead stared at her more carefully because at this moment, Yang Inflammation, although her appearance had not changed, gave him a completely unfamiliar feeling, as if she had become a completely different person, which made him feel a little uneasy. Although he did not know why Yang Inflammation had undergone such a change, he was certain it was related to what had just happened. Compared to why the first layer flame area of Lu Yen Sandfield had disappeared, Yang Kai was more interested in what had happened to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation did not care about his silence and instead stroked her hair behind her ear and said softly, "I know who I am." "Who are you?" Yang Kai asked loudly. "I am one of Starfield's great emperors." A trace of pride flashed across Yang Inflammation's face as she raised her slender neck slightly, releasing a graceful and noble aura. This kind of temperament shouldn't have appeared on such a timid woman, but at this moment, it was incomparably natural, as if Yang Yen was born with this temperament, causing others to involuntarily feel a sense of inferiority. Even an Origin King Realm Master did not necessarily have such a temperament. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he nodded lightly, his mouth twitching slightly before his figure and disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Inflammation. With a soft thump, Yang Inflammation exclaimed as she covered her forehead with both hands, her beautiful eyes filled with a layer of mist as she stared at Yang Kai aggrievedly. Her graceful and noble temperament seemed to have been instantly defeated by this finger and disappeared without a trace. "You're one of Starfield's great emperors, right?" Yang Kai grit his teeth as he looked at her, stretched out his hand, pinched Yang Inflammation's cheek, and pulled fiercely to the side. "What are you doing?" Yang Inflammation seemed to be dumbfounded as her mouth was pulled out of shape, making it difficult for her to speak clearly. "What do you think I'm doing?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he pulled even harder. "Let go of me." Yang Inflammation cried out as she glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "Hurry up and let go, don't think I won't dare to do anything to you. When my main body awakens, I'll make you pay." "Wait for your main body to awaken, right?" Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and pinched the other side of Yang Yan's face. In an instant, Yang Yan's expression twisted, a look of both anger and amusement appearing on her face as she clawed at Yang Kai, a look of defiance and defiance. Yang Kai remained unmoved and continued to ravage her face. Yang Inflammation's tears flowed down her cheeks. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned his head and looked into the distance. At the same time, Yang Inflammation's movements also stopped. The two exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and disappeared. Under the investigation of the two's divine senses, countless people were rapidly approaching from all directions, apparently attracted by the changes in the world just now. About half a cup of tea's worth of time after Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation disappeared, more than a dozen different colored lights flew over from different directions. When they arrived at the periphery of Lu Yan's desert and saw the scene in front of them, all of them were dumbfounded. The flame area, which had existed on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, had actually disappeared. These cultivators couldn't help rubbing their eyes to make sure they weren't seeing things. But what shocked them the most was that the first layer flame area had really disappeared. For a time, everyone was shocked and quickly took out their communication artifacts to send out messages. As time passed, more and more cultivator arrived, all of them looking around blankly. After over 100 cultivators had gathered here, everyone had a simple discussion and decided to explore further. After all, the first layer flame area had disappeared, which meant that the second layer treasure area was now unimpeded. If they entered, they might be able to obtain a great harvest. But to their disappointment, after several days of searching, None of them managed to find anything in the treasure area of the second layer. The spirit grasses and herbs that should have been here had all disappeared along with the flame area. No one knew where they had gone. While these people were breaking into the second layer treasure area, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had already reached the towering mountain range of the fourth layer. Being able to reach this place was not because Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token, but because Yang Inflammation had opened the way ahead. The third layer flame area was much more powerful than the first layer flame area, but when Yang Inflammation passed by, the heat waves and flames all parted on their own, as if they had a mind of their own, not daring to obstruct his path. The two of them went all the way and did not encounter any danger. Looking at the looming pavilion in the clouds, Yang Inflammation showed a trace of nostalgia. That is the ruins of the Supreme Mystery Sect. The ruins of the Supreme Mystery Sect? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, turned to look at her and asked, "Does it have anything to do with you?" "You can say yes, but you can also say no." Yang Inflammation frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" "It is a sect that the great emperors of Star Field supported." "Aren't you one of the great emperors of Star Field?" Yang Kai's mouth slightly raised. Yang Inflammation curled her lips. "I am me, and the great emperors of Star Field are the great emperors of Star Field. Although we are somewhat related, I cannot represent the great emperors." Yang Kai became even more interested. He had never doubted Yang Inflammation's words. After all, he had long suspected that Lu Yen Sandfield might be related to the great emperors of Star Field. Otherwise, he would not have found a Star Emperor token in the attic on the 6th floor. Yang Inflammation was also unconscious when the Emperor Garden appeared, and when Yang Kai awakened her soul, he witnessed many incredible things in her knowledge sea. Now she had easily led him into Lu Yen Sandfield. Combining all this information, Yang Inflammation saying that she was one of the great emperors of Starfield was not too shocking. Even though he felt a little uneasy and hesitant, Yang Kai still chose to believe Yang Inflammation. After a long silence, Yang Inflammation said, "Have you heard of soul splits?" Yang Kai nodded. "I am a soul splits of the great emperors. For some reason the great emperors are still asleep. All my artifact refining and spirit arrays are inherited from the great emperors." "Why would she be asleep?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He was not curious about this soul splits because he also had a soul splits, a secret technique he had obtained from the great demon god's golden blood. This soul splits had been forced by Guizhou to enter the space array he had constructed to investigate the situation on the floating continent. As a result, its Yuan Qi was severely injured and it was almost destroyed. However, after so many years of nourishment, this soul splits had long since recovered and was even stronger than before. It was just that Yang Kai had not been able to find a vessel to use this soul splits. "She seems to be injured." Yang Inflammation's words were shocking. "The great emperors can also be injured?" Yang Kai was taken aback. "So what if she's the great emperors? She also has an enemy, and that enemy's strength is no weaker than hers." "I don't know the specific situation as the memories I inherited from the main body are somewhat incomplete. I only remembered them after arriving here, but after the battle between the two, the great emperors should have fallen into a deep sleep and it should have been tens of thousands of years since then." Yang Inflammation slowly shook his head. "My strength is too low, so I don't know much. Only after my strength has improved will I be able to summon this information one by one." "What happened to that enemy?" Yang Kai asked. "He's probably dead," Yang Yen replied uncertainly. "Then this ring." Yang Kai looked at the red ring on her wrist thoughtfully. "One of the 3 blazing flame rings is an artifact of the great emperor, so I was able to collect it." Yang Inflammation smiled lightly. The 3rd layer flame area and the 5th layer flame area were both transformed from the 3 blazing flame rings. "Unfortunately, my strength is not enough and I am unable to collect them for my own use for the time being. Even with the 1st ring I can't display much of its power." Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had dared to ravage Yang Inflammation before because he had been with Yang Inflammation for so long, Yang Kai estimated that if the original bodies of the great emperors were here, he wouldn't even be able to move a muscle. The majesty of the great emperors was not something he could easily offend. On top of that, this so-called 3 blazing flame rings was just an artifact of the great emperors and had become a restricted area on Shadowed Star. Just how strong was the divine technique of the great emperors themselves? Such a person had actually been injured, so who was her enemy? What made Yang Kai feel even more incredulous was that the great emperors, whose name had spread throughout Shadowed Star's territory, was actually a woman. If this kind of secret were to spread out, it would likely cause countless men to die of shame. But as a result, Kai Yang suddenly understood. No wonder when the Lu Yin sandfield closed, a jade white palm belonging to a woman appeared. In the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai saw this jade white palm for the second time. Thinking about it this way, it should be a secret technique left behind by the great emperors. After all, whether it was the Lu Yin sandfield or the Emperor Garden, strictly speaking, both belonged to the great emperors. With the divine technique of the great emperors, it was not surprising that they could accomplish this. Chapter 1390. Although Yang Kai's heart was in turmoil and his mood was chaotic, he remained extremely calm on the surface. While chatting with Yang Yan, he inquired about all kinds of information about the great emperors. After all, Yang Yan's memories were slowly recovering, and as a soul clone of one of the great emperors, she must be somewhat flustered. If Yang Kai did not maintain his calm, it would only make things worse. The only thing that Yang Kai could not understand was why the great emperors chose to sleep on Shadowed Star. Did the world principles here that prevented a cultivator from breaking through to the Origin King realm have something to do with her? After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the location where the great emperors were sleeping was actually inside the Emperor Garden. This reminded him of something. Fei Ji too once said that he had found a jade coffin in a certain palace in the Emperor Garden. Inside that jade coffin was a person who appeared to be a woman. Fei Ji too and the others had triggered the spirit array near the jade coffin at that time, allowing Yang Kai, Chen Tong and the others to escape. So, the woman lying inside the jade coffin was the true body of one of the great emperors? Such a terrifying master was actually sleeping on this isolated and backward shadowed star? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic. While pondering, Yang Kai secretly glanced at Yang Yin, unable to connect her with the great emperors of Star Field who were famous throughout Star Territory. Let's go! Yang Yin stared at the supreme profound sect ruins in the clouds for a long time before saying with waning interest, "Don't you want to go in and take a look?" "No." Yang Yin slowly shook her head before lightly stepping forward. "Where are we going now?" Yang Kai asked puzzledly. "I'm going to the 6th floor to retrieve something." Yang Yun smiled and did not explain further. The 6th floor. Wasn't that where the attic was located? Back then he had found the 10,000-year incense there. From the looks of it, the 10,000-year incense was probably something owned by the great emperors back then. In other words, it was the Yang inflammation. Yang Kai sniffled. There was nothing awkward about it. After all, to him, Yang inflammation was basically his, so there was no need to be too distant. The speed of the two was not fast, but with Yang inflammation leading the way, any danger in this Lu Yen sandy ground was avoided. The two of them quickly arrived at the 5th layer of the flame area. Just like when he had passed through the 3rd level, the omnipresent heat wave seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically parted to the sides, revealing a path that led directly to the 6th level. A soft cry came from Yang Kai's body as the Firebird artifact spirit appeared on its own. Flapping its wings, it hovered above Yang Kai's head and transmitted a vague message. Yang Kai smiled lightly, understanding its intentions, but he didn't stop it, instead just waving his hand and letting it do as it pleased. The artifact spirit cried out happily and immediately turned into a flame, flying off into the distance and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction it was heading, it was surprisingly heading towards the location of the Earth Lung Fire Vein. The Earth Lung Fire Vein was the birthplace of this artifact spirit. Although it had stayed there for tens of thousands of years, due to the limitations of its growth, it could not continue to absorb more power from the Earth Lung Fire Vein. But now it was different from before. After being baptized and integrated with several wisps of Sun's true fire, the Firebird artifact spirit was much stronger than when Yang Kai first obtained it. Now that it wanted to go to the Earth Lung Fire Vein, it obviously wanted to devour the pure fire energy there to strengthen itself. How could Yang Kai stop such a good thing? After half a day, the two of them passed through the 5th layer flame area and arrived in front of the exquisite loft hidden in the bamboo forest. Looking at this simple loft, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with nostalgia, as if she was reminiscing about something. Yang Kai did not say anything to disturb her and instead came to a stop in front of the bamboo forest. These bamboos were extremely hard. Yang Kai had spent half a year here in the past but only managed to cut down 20 of them with his space blade. Now, the cutting marks were as fresh as new, and everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in his mind. This is black golden bamboo. Although it is an excellent material for refining sword-type artifacts, compared to its other function, it is not worth mentioning, so don't touch it. Yang Yan's voice came from not far away. Its other function? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He had experienced the hardness of this bamboo and naturally knew that it was not an ordinary artifact refining material. And, after black golden bamboo blooms, the black golden bamboo rice it produces is the purest source of energy in the world and can be consumed by any cultivator, allowing them to improve their cultivation without any side effects. Yang Kai's expression froze. Is there such a thing? Why would I lie to you? Yang Yin shot him a disdainful look. Then when will it bloom and produce black golden bamboo rice? Yang Kai asked impatiently. Soon, probably within 10 or 20 years, Yang Yin smiled, naturally knowing what he was thinking. 10 or 20 years. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. Who knew what would happen 10 or 20 years from now? Perhaps by that time he would no longer be on Shadowed Star. Chuckling lightly, Yang Yin no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and stepped into the loft. Yang Kai sighed bitterly and hurriedly followed. After entering the first floor of the loft, the first thing that caught his eye was a picture scroll hanging right in front of him. There was no other pattern on this picture scroll, only the back of a woman. When Yang Kai first came here he had also studied this picture scroll, but no matter how he probed it he could not find anything special about it. This picture scroll seemed to be a common item in the market and did not give off any energy fluctuations. At that time Yang Kai only felt that this back was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Now that he looked at it again he suddenly understood. This back was exactly the same as Yang Yan's. It was just that because Yang Yan always wore a large black robe all year round, Yang Kai had never thought of it. But at this moment Yang Yan was standing in front of the picture scroll and staring at it blankly, so when he compared the two, he naturally understood what was going on at a glance. Just as he was thinking this, the picture scroll seemed to be blown by a breeze and swayed slightly, followed by an incredible scene. The back of the woman in the picture actually slowly turned around and stared straight at Yang Yan with a smile on her face. Yang Kai stared at all this in amazement and was stunned for a moment. After the woman in the picture turned around, Yang Yan's appearance was clearly the same as Yang Yan's. The only difference was that the two of them were wearing different clothes at this moment. Yang Yan was wearing a black robe while the woman in the picture was wearing a white robe, giving her a pure and beautiful appearance. This strange scene looked as if Yang Yan was standing in front of a mirror, making Yang Kai's hair stand on end. What shocked him even more was that the woman in the picture actually glanced at him, as if she had her own life and consciousness. If Yang Kai had a little doubt about Yang Yan's identity before, then at this moment, all of his doubts were gone. Not to mention anything else, just the strangeness of this picture scroll made Yang Kai unable to speculate. One person, one portrait, stared at each other for a long time before Yang Yan suddenly sighed softly. Since I have awakened, you don't have to stay here. Come out, you have worked hard these past few years. I am you and you are me, why be so estranged? A voice identical to Yang Yan's came out from the picture scroll. Immediately, the woman in the picture smiled and with a shake of her tender body, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Yang Yan's head. Yang Yan's tender body trembled and a trace of pain appeared on her face, but she soon calmed down and closed her eyes, seemingly sensing something. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her. On this trip to the Luyan Desert with Yang Yan, everything he saw and heard was beyond his scope of understanding. The methods of the great emperors were not something a cultivator of his level could come into contact with. After the portrait of the great emperor disappeared, the painting began to burn without any fire. In a flash it disappeared from this world. Yang Yan was still sensing with her eyes closed, and Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her, just waiting quietly to the side. About 2 hours later Yang Yan suddenly exhaled softly, slowly opened her beautiful eyes, turned around and smiled at Yang Kai. Although he still couldn't see through Yang Yan's cultivation, Yang Kai felt that after receiving the portrait, Yang Yan's aura had changed and seemed to have become stronger. This is a hidden chess piece left behind by the great emperors. If I hadn't appeared in time she would have played a role, Yang Yan explained softly. What role? The role of awakening the great emperors. Yang Yan replied slowly, you should be glad you aren't a woman. If you were, your body would have already been possessed when you entered this place. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, speechless, but soon he became suspicious again. You mean you're now shouldering the task of awakening the great emperors? Yes, Yang Yan nodded. How do I awaken them? Wait for the Emperor Garden to open and then go inside. Yang Yan looked up in the direction of the Emperor Garden, but unfortunately, this was the Luyan Desert and the sky was covered by the heat, so it was impossible to see what was outside. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. This matter is over, let's go back, Yang Yan said with satisfaction. Good, wait a moment, Yang Kai nodded, at the same time sending out an order in his mind before standing in place and waiting. A moment later, a streak of fiery light flew over from afar. It was the Firebird artifact spirit that had left Yang Kai before. In the blink of an eye, the artifact spirit rushed in front of Yang Kai, its body covered in raging flames. It seemed that although it hadn't been there for long, the artifact spirit had still obtained many benefits from the Earth Lung Fire Vein. After being summoned back by Yang Kai, the artifact spirit still seemed somewhat reluctant to part with him and kept chirping. Yang Kai waved his hand and the artifact spirit obediently entered his body. Only then did the two walk out side by side. In order to avoid being seen, the two of them were extremely careful when they went out. Fortunately, the appearance of the Emperor Garden had attracted the attention of most cultivator, so there weren't too many people who rushed to the Luoyan Desert to investigate the situation. After concealing themselves for a while, the two of them finally left the Luoyan Desert unscathed. After leaving this forbidden zone, Yang Yan immediately summoned his flying shark battle shuttle and flew off in the direction of Heavenly Fate City. Chapter 1391. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. On this day, 1,000 kilometers outside of Heavenly Fate City, the figures of a man and a woman appeared. The man had a tall stature while the woman wore a black robe. Naturally, these two were Yang Kai and Yang Yan. After leaving Luoyan's desert, Yang Yan had the flying shark battle shuttle travel through space again. Unfortunately, although the distance this time had not changed, the destination was not satisfactory, causing the two of them to spend a few more days returning. However, this did not matter. In any case, the Emperor Garden was still some time away, so there was no need to rush. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Emperor Garden was floating above Dragon Cave Mountain, allowing it to be so close to Heavenly Fate City. This was not a coincidence, nor was it because Dragon Cave Mountain had good luck, but because Yang Yan had been there at the time. The Emperor Garden was the courtyard of the Great Emperors, where the true bodies of the Great Emperors slept, so naturally, it was inextricably linked to Yang Yan, so it was not difficult to explain why it was floating directly above Dragon Cave Mountain. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's conjecture and he had not confirmed it with Yang Yan, but it should not be far from the truth. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and looked up, only to find that the sky in front of him was filled with flashing multicolored lights. Faintly, there seemed to be a strong energy fluctuation coming from them. Yang Yan's figure came to a halt as he and Yang Yan glanced at each other in amazement, their faces immediately becoming gloomy. Looking at the situation over there, it seemed that some kind of battle was taking place, and the location of this battle was actually near Dragon Cave Mountain. Could it be that after he and Yang Yan had only left for a little over a month, someone had already attacked Dragon Cave Mountain? Realizing this, Yang Kai sent out his divine sense and urged his star shuttle to rush over at full speed, Yang Yan naturally following closely behind. Yang Kai's guess was correct. Now Dragon Cave Mountain was indeed under siege, and the one leading this attack was the Xia family who had many grievances with Yang Kai. Because Lu Yi had moved into the Xia family, Yang Kai had been busy with many things recently, so he had not taken the time to deal with his grievances with the Xia family, but now the other side had actually taken the initiative. At this moment, in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, his face gloomy, his eyes filled with anger, was staring at the flashing lights inside Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, the anger in his heart. Xieli. The Xia family's strongest master was now a second-order origin returning realm master who held a high position in Shadow Moon Hall, but for this operation he had not hesitated to leave Shadow Moon Hall in order to avenge the death of Xia Hongwen. It was no secret that Xia Hongwen had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Although no one had revealed it, before Xia Hongwen entered Luoyan's desert, he had planted a kind of secret technique on his body that Yang Kai had killed. Even if no one knew, this secret technique had been transferred to Xia Hongwen's body. After that, the Xia family's people only needed to do a little investigation to determine who the murderer was. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had Qian Tong as his backer, so Xieli could only wait for an opportunity to strike. An opportunity soon came. When Qian Tong disappeared last time, Xieli naturally wanted to take revenge, so he secretly instructed his subordinates in Heavenly Fate City to seize Dragon Cave Mountain St. Crystal and seize its cultivator in an attempt to lure out Yang Kai. This plan was very successful and flawless. But who could have known that Yang Kai's strength was so amazing that he single-handedly broke into Heavenly Fate City and killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xia family in front of everyone's eyes. Then Fei Ji too intervened and allowed Yang Kai to leave. After that, Qian Tong returned safely, so Xie Li could only give up for the time being. However, what Xie Li did not expect was that Qian Tong would say that Shadow Moon Hall would not intervene in the grievances between the Xia family and Dragon Cave Mountain. This made Xie Li overjoyed but also extremely vigilant, thinking that Qian Tong was trying to lure the snake out of its hole by retreating in order to advance. However, after asking around, Xie Li learned that it was actually Yang Kai himself who had made the request and that Qian Tong was only cooperating with him. Courting death. Xie Li was overjoyed. Without Qian Tong and the support of Shadow Moon Hall, how could a trivial Dragon Cave Mountain withstand the bombardment of the Xia family's disciples? As far as Xie Li knew, there were only 2 origin-returning realm masters on Dragon Cave Mountain, and one of them was a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator who had just broken through a few years ago. There was even one time when Xie Li could not wait to rush to Dragon Cave Mountain in person, wanting to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but after seeing Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain-defending array, Xie Li realized that he had underestimated this place. He could not see the slightest flaw in this mountain-defending array and had sent many of his family's disciples to investigate it, but none of them had succeeded and had even suffered a great deal of losses. Originally, Xie Li planned to ask the Kai family and Du family, who were proficient in spirit arrays, to break Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit array, but to his surprise the Kai family's patriarch refused his invitation and even returned the reward he had offered. After inquiring about it, Xie Li learned that Yang Kai had once saved the lives of Kai He and Du Cc of the Kai family, so when they heard that someone wanted to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, the 2 of them naturally tried their best to stop him. As rising stars of their families, they naturally had some authority, so it was only under the interference of these 2 that the Kai family and Du family refused Xie Li's invitation, much to his annoyance. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Dragon Cave Mountain, relying on the mysteries of its mountain-defending array, didn't put the world's heroes in its eyes and acted extremely arrogantly, first offending Sea Heart Sect, a great force from the limitless ocean, then offending Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple. On top of that, Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, had said that he and Yang Kai were like fire and water, a deep grudge between them. With these forces joining forces, Xie Li's confidence soared. Feeling that Dragon Cave Mountain would definitely die without a burial this time, Xie Li immediately gathered the elites of his family and ordered them to leave Shadow Moon Hall and begin attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. This time there were more than 30 origin-returning realm masters. Although there were no third-order origin-returning realm masters, and Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple did not blatantly cooperate, only secretly sending some masters to help, Xie Li was still very satisfied. In any case, it was certain that there were no masters in Dragon Cave Mountain. They were only relying on the protection of this mountain-defending array. As long as this spirit array was broken, the people inside would be at his mercy. Whenever he thought of Yang Kai kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, Xie Li felt a burst of joy. The saddest thing in this world was to send off one's own child. When he learned that Xie Hongwen had died in the Luyan Desert, only the heavens knew how sad he had been. After investigating and discovering that Yang Kai was the murderer, Xie Li had been unable to sleep or eat in peace for the past few years whenever he thought about how Yang Kai was still free and unfettered in this world. Unable to cultivate, Xie Li had practically become his heart demon. Although he was no longer young, Xie Li's violent temper had not changed in the slightest over the years. Of course, he had to avenge his son's death, but he also had to plunder Dragon Cave Mountain's wealth. The amazing heritage Dragon Cave Mountain had displayed in recent years was extremely tempting. The materials purchased from Shadow Moon Hall alone were worth hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals. Xie Li even suspected that there was a rich Saint Crystal lode under Dragon Cave Mountain. Otherwise, how could they have obtained so many Saint Crystals? On top of that, if this attack on Dragon Cave Mountain was successful, the Xie family would have the lion's share of the benefits. Myriad Beast Mountain and Demon Blood Temple had already announced that they would not ask for anything else but the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands. As for who would obtain it in the end, these 2 forces would discuss it carefully and there was no need for the Xie family to worry about it. With such good conditions, Xie Li naturally agreed without hesitation. The conditions put forward by Flowing Cloud Valley were even stranger. Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, only wanted Yang Kai's body and nothing else. What could the body of a Saint King Realm cultivator do? Although Xie Li did not understand, it was not convenient for him to ask. On the other hand, Lu Yi was a person worth being wary of. Every time he saw this young man, Xie always felt a faint uneasiness, as if he was not facing a Saint King Realm Jr., but rather a poisonous snake hiding its fangs. What made Xie feel even more strange was that Lu Yi had gathered more than a dozen Origin Returning Realm cultivator subordinates. Although all of them were from the First Order Origin Returning Realm, Flowing Cloud Valley was just a small force and did not have so many Origin Returning Realm Masters. These Origin Returning Realm Masters also gave Xie a strange feeling. Xie once happened to bump into a few of them talking to Lu Yi, and when these Origin Returning Realm Masters faced Lu Yi, they were all extremely respectful, their expressions filled with awe and fear, as if they were slaves facing their master who controlled their lives. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Xie's mind, but he slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about them. Instead, he issued orders directing the forces gathered together to bombard a certain part of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. Since it was impossible to invite an outstanding array master to help, Yang Kai could only use a crude method. He believed that at some point this spirit array would be broken. Moreover, this method satisfied Xie even more. He really wanted to see what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when this spirit array was broken and Dragon Cave Mountain was exposed in front of him, allowing him to crush it. It had been 2 days since the spontaneous attack began. During these 2 days, the more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters were already panting from exhaustion, not to mention the Saint King Realm Masters. They had consumed countless Saint Crystals and pills to supplement their Saint Chi. This mountain-protecting Grand Array was much stronger than Xie had imagined. After 2 days of fierce attacks, it had only caused the light curtain's color to fade a little. It hadn't reached the point where it could be broken. Inside Dragon Cave Mountain, there was also no sign of any counterattack, as if everyone inside had died. A variety of artifacts of different shapes and sizes bloomed with colorful lights and unleashed their full power, attacking a certain part of the light curtain one after another. All the cultivators present were secretly shocked, but at the same time they couldn't help but hold back their anger. They had never seen such a sturdy array formation before. It was best to describe it as impregnable. All of a sudden, the clouds and mist behind the grand formation roiled, and several figures appeared from within. Xie raised his brow and raised his hand, motioning for everyone to stop. In the next moment, everyone put away their artifacts and looked towards the source of the sound, only to see 2 picturesque women standing side by side. Behind these 2 women were 3 old men, all of whom, judging from their auras, were First Order Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Chapter 1392. Xie's eyes were cold as he swept his eyes over the 2 women in front of him, a sneer appearing on his face. On the other hand, most of the cultivators' eyes were filled with malicious intent. Some of the more lecherous ones were even leering at the 2 women, gazing at their beautiful figures, as if they were already in the bag and only needed to wait for the spirit array to be broken before they could seize them and humiliate them wantonly. The 2 women looked indifferent, not showing the slightest fear. Xie recognized the identities of these 2 women at a glance. In order to deal with Dragon Cave Mountain, he had naturally investigated the details of this place. One of the 2 women was called Wu Yi, a disciple of the local Haiku family who later left her family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. The other was called Chen Yu, who seemed to have been brought back by Yang Kai from somewhere. Their cultivations were not worth mentioning. A Second Order Saint King and a First Order Saint King were not enough to enter Xie's eyes. As for the 3 old men standing behind them, 2 of them were definitely Changqi and Haoan. These 2 were also foreign elders of the Haiku family. During Lu Yan's trip to the desert, these 2 had actually obtained some kind of opportunity that allowed them to break through to the Origin Returning Realm and later join Dragon Cave Mountain. As for the last person, Xie glanced over suspiciously, but after seeing the other party's face he asked in surprise, "Brother Ning, why are you here?" This white-haired old man was none other than Ning Xiangchen, who had gone to the Emperor Garden with Yang Kai. After returning from the Emperor Garden last time and receiving Yang Kai's promise, Ning Xiangchen had been collecting artifact refining materials in order to come to Dragon Cave Mountain to borrow Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin grade artifact. It was not easy for Ning Xiangchen to gather so many materials. Ning Xiangchen had hurriedly rushed here, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had not yet returned? In desperation, Ning Xiangchen could only temporarily wait inside the mountain. Before he had even warmed his seat, the Xie family had already begun attacking Dragon Cave Mountain. Ning Xiangchen fell into an awkward situation for a while. It was not appropriate to continue staying here. Once Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array was broken, he would definitely be caught in the crossfire. Leaving now was also not an option, as that would appear too heartless. If that happened, he would not be able to find Yang Kai's Firebird artifact spirit to repair his origin-grade artifact. Ning Xiangchen's face. He was in a dilemma. He didn't belong to any sect. He didn't have a clan either. He had relied on himself to cultivate to his current level. Every step he took was filled with obstacles. He had escaped death countless times. The path of cultivation was full of thorns. When Master Grimm of the Shadow Moon Hall was still alive, if an artifact was damaged, it would be repaired by Grandmaster Green. The Grandmaster was approachable and easy to talk to. Over the years, Ning Xiangchen had received a lot of care from the Grandmaster. But other than Master Green, he no longer knew any other origin-grade artifact refiners. Otherwise, how could he have asked Yang Kai for help? Ning Xiangchen stayed on Dragon Cave Mountain for 2 days uneasily while the cultivator outside bombarded the mountain for 2 days, but during these 2 days he discovered something very strange. That was, the cultivator inside Dragon Cave Mountain, even in the face of heavy encirclement, did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they continued to carry out their duties, busying themselves with their cultivation, as if the movements and enemies outside did not exist. If 1 or 2 cultivator behaved like this, it could be explained away as having good mental fortitude, but if everyone behaved like this, it was a bit strange. This was especially true for the leaders Wu Yi and Chen Yu. These 2 women were calmer than anyone else these days, even drinking tea and chatting happily from time to time. Did they not know how to write the word death? Ning Xiangchen was both shocked and impressed. Compared with his anxious mood, the performance of these juniors couldn't be any better. The mountain defending array of Dragon Cave Mountain, after being attacked by more than 30 origin returning realm masters and more than 200 Saint Kings for 2 days, was actually still impregnable. This was what truly impressed Ning Xiangchen. This small mountain was not simple. Just this protective mountain array alone was not something that an ordinary person could set up. Recalling the many performances of Yang Kai in the Emperor Garden, Ning Xiangchen grit his teeth and decided to take a risk. That was to stay and fight side by side with Dragon Cave Mountain. All kinds of signs indicated that this small mountain was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will. It was very likely that it was hiding some kind of powerful trump card that could save them from danger. Of course, Ning Xiangchen making this choice was not because of a sense of chivalry, but rather a gamble he had made after careful consideration. Ning Xiangchen was betting that Dragon Cave Mountain would survive this current crisis. Once it did, he would be able to legitimately borrow the Firebird artifact spirit from Yang Kai. Otherwise, if he owed him a favor, Ning Xiangchen would feel uneasy. At this moment, following Wu Yi and Chen Yu out to meet the enemy was Ning Xiangchen's own request. Hearing Xie Li's question, Ning Xiangchen chuckled, "Brother Xie, long time no see. I heard Brother Xie left Shadow Moon Hall? Why ask when you already know the answer, Brother Ning?" Xie Li coldly snorted. The other party was just a cultivator without any sect, so even if he was an origin returning realm master, Xie Li didn't put him in his eyes. It was just that the 2 of them had known each other for a long time, so they had exchanged a few words. "Since Brother Ning is here, this Xie has a proposal that I wonder if Brother Ning would consider." "Oh? What kind of proposal does Brother Xie have?" Ning Xiangchen frowned. Xie Li's eyes swept over Chen Yu and Wu Yi before sending a divine sense message. "Brother Ning, you can also see the current situation. Facing the joint forces of so many friends, this little mountain is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once the spirit array is broken, Dragon Cave Mountain will be a fish on the chopping block. I don't know what benefits Dragon Cave Mountain has offered you, but this Sierra is willing to pay double the price as long as you can capture these 2 women and hand them over to me. With Brother Ning's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to accomplish this, right?" Ning Xiangchen raised an eyebrow, revealing a faint smile as he said in a clear voice, "Brother Xie, although this Ning doesn't belong to any sect and is nothing more than a straggler, I still know what integrity is and what loyalty is. Sneak attacking 2 juniors from behind is inappropriate. If this Ning were to do such a disgraceful thing, I fear that in the future there would be no place for me to stay in this world." Hearing Ning Xiangchen's words, Xie Li's face sank. The other party had not quietly sent a divine sense message to him and had instead directly stated his proposal in front of everyone, obviously not giving him any face, causing Xie Li to feel annoyed. Ning Xiangchen continued leisurely, "What's more, Brother Xie doesn't need to exaggerate. Although there are many people who have come here to cause trouble, breaking this spirit array is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. And this matter is this old master's own idea. No one has offered me any benefits, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Xie. Originally, when they saw Xie quietly send a divine sense message to Ning Xiangqin, Wu Yi and Chen Yu's expressions were a little nervous, fearing Xie would use some kind of method to win him over. After all, they were not familiar with Ning Xiangqin, so when they heard him say this, they couldn't help relaxing and showing looks of gratitude. Chang Qi even laughed and patted Ning Xiangqin on the shoulder. "Brother Ning, you'll be glad you made this choice." Howen also had a smile on his face, suddenly feeling that Ning Xiangqin, this old man, was a lot friendlier. "I hope so." Ning Xiangqin remained calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart was beating rapidly. He had made such a choice because he couldn't stand Xie and the others bullying the weak. Now that he had torn all pretenses with Xie, if Dragon Cave Mountain really fell, he wouldn't have any good consequences. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled calmly, but at the same time, her expression was somewhat unfathomable as she said, "Senior Xie and fellow seniors, my Dragon Cave Mountain has no grievance or grudge with you, so why do you insist on forcing us?" "No grievance or grudge." Xie heard this and grinned. "If there really was no grievance or grudge between us, did you think we would attack a small mountain with nothing better to do? This old master won't bicker too much with a junior like you. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, you'd better withdraw this mountain defending array and avoid some physical pain, otherwise. Wu Yi raised her head slightly and stared at Xie with her beautiful eyes, not showing the slightest timidity. Xie coldly snorted, "Once the spirit array is broken, I'll skin all of you alive." Senior's tone is quite bold. "Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue?" Wu Yi still smiled calmly, but her words were filled with sarcasm, her beautiful eyes flashing as she swept her eyes over the many enemies who were glaring at her and shouted, "Since that's the case, Junior will also advise seniors to leave now. If you leave now, my Dragon Cave Mountain can let bygones be bygones and pretend this incident never happened. But if you insist on remaining stubborn, don't blame my Dragon Cave Mountain for being ruthless." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many of the Origin returning realm masters who had come to help stared at Wu Yi like she was an idiot, their hearts filled with anger. Originally, after attacking for 2 days and still failing to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses, all of them were already feeling depressed, but now hearing Wu Yi's shameless boasting, all of them couldn't help seething with anger. Any cultivator who had come here to attack Dragon Cave Mountain had either an ulterior motive or had a grudge against Yang Kai, so how could they be scared away by Wu Yi's arrogant words of 1 to 2? Not only that, these words only served to further stimulate their resolve. Immediately, some of the more hot-tempered cultivators activated their artifacts or released their martial skills to attack Wu Yi. Hong long long. A loud bang rang out as the light curtain of the mountain defending array in front of Wu Yi flashed wildly, blocking all these attacks. Wu Yi's face became cold as she glared at the cultivator who had attacked her and coldly declared, "Since all of you insist on remaining stubborn, let's wait and see. I hope you won't regret today's decision." Saying so, she waved her hand and a thick layer of cloud appeared from all directions, engulfing Wu Yi and the others, causing them to disappear from the sight of the many enemies. That arrogant little girl, when this old master catches her, he'll let her know what it means to wish for death. An old Origin returning realm master sitting cross-legged atop a huge toad-like monster beast glared fiercely in the direction Wu Yi disappeared and gnashed his teeth. This old man was extremely ugly with triangular eyes, a sunken nose, a bald head and a face full of lumps. His short stature complemented the toad-like monster beast he was sitting on. Chapter 1393. Needless to say, this old man was from Myriad Beast Mountain. Although these people from Myriad Beast Mountain weren't wearing their sex robes in order to facilitate their movements, as long as one had a discerning eye, they would be able to see their origins because their main method of attack was to control their monster beast. Such an obvious style was impossible to conceal. The jade blood toad this old man was riding was a powerful 9th order monster beast, and coupled with the secret art this old man cultivated, he was strong enough to compete with a 2nd order Origin returning realm cultivator. However, those who knew this old man well knew that he was not only ugly, but also extremely twisted and lustful. He liked to torture beautiful women to death in order to experience the perverted pleasure of doing so. If Wu Yi really fell into his hands, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Haha, those 2 girls are quite strong. If they were handed over to this old master, he would be able to turn them into 2 good blood slaves. On the other side, a middle-aged man covered in blood-red light grinned wickedly. A cultivator capable of turning blood slaves was undoubtedly from Demon Blood Temple. Talking is useless, we should all work together to break this spirit array. Xieli showed a displeased look as he faintly reminded them. Now that this group of people had been intercepted in front of the spirit array and couldn't even break through the first layer of defense, what was the point of talking about anything else? The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain grinned. This old master didn't want to use this trick, but since that little girl is determined to die, this old master can only fulfill her wish, haha. Saying so, his expression suddenly became solemn as he pushed his Saint Chi. At the same time, the jade blood toad he was riding also puffed up its cheeks and let out a low croak. In an instant, the surrounding Yuan Qi became turbulent and began converging towards this old man. Xieli's eyes lit up as he stared at the old man's movements, smiling as he asked, "Is old Du planning to use his blood toad poison smoke?" Hearing what he said, the other origin returning realm masters all showed looks of shock as they turned to look at old Du. The old man from Myriad Beast Mountain coldly snorted. "The blood toad poison smoke is my treasure's specialty, but it can only be used once. This old master has thrown out a brick to attract jade. I hope all friends here won't hold back." With that said, the old man suddenly opened his mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood arrow was like a snake fanged as it flew towards Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. At the same time, the jade blood toad's cheeks bulged. A mouthful of pitch-black, ink-like venom was spat out from its mouth. It wrapped around the blood arrow first, even though it was released later. The fusion between the two was tumbling. In the blink of an eye, some unknown changes took place. The venom and blood arrows turned into a black mist in the blink of an eye and bombarded the light screen of the formation. Whoosh! The sound of corrosion could be heard. On the light curtain of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, light flickered as a large gap was melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It could actually allow one person to pass through at a time. Although this gap was quickly repaired, it still showed how powerful this attack was. Previously, after 2 days of frenzied attacks, no one was able to break a hole in the formation with one strike. However, this old man from the 10,000 Beast Mountain did it. Even if this gap was repaired, it didn't matter as this blow was enough to consume a large amount of the mountain defending array's aura. If this old man continued to attack it a few more times, he might really be able to break it. After using this attack, the old man's face became slightly pale and the jade blood toad he was riding also became slightly withered. The old man didn't say a word as he simply took out a jade bottle from his space ring, poured out a blood-red pill, and tossed it forward. The jade blood toad flicked its scarlet tongue and swallowed this pill, its green eyes flashing a look of enjoyment. This blood-red pill was undoubtedly a great supplement for the jade blood toad. Old Du's methods are good, Xieli laughed. He was secretly shocked but also overjoyed. Since that's the case, this Xie won't hold back. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly summoned a small dagger-like artifact. This artifact shone with a silver luster and was filled with spirituality. White Rainbow Dagger. When the old man saw this dagger, he suddenly exclaimed, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he muttered, "I didn't expect that this spirit array-breaking artifact would be obtained by Brother Xie. Brother Xie's opportunities are not small." The other origin returning realm masters also stared at this white rainbow dagger with greedy looks, seemingly having a great origin. Xieli chuckled and said lightly, "It's not an opportunity, I just happened to obtain it." Saying so, he began pouring his Saint Chi into the white rainbow dagger with a solemn expression. How could the others believe his words? As far as everyone knew, this white rainbow dagger was an artifact specifically used to break spirit arrays and barriers, and its grade was extremely high, reaching the origin grade mid-rank. Such a grade might not be much in the territory of the Star Territory, but on Shadowed Star, it was extremely valuable. After all, the rarer an object was, the more valuable it was. Moreover, this white rainbow dagger should be a family heirloom of some small family. As for why it had fallen into Xieli's hands, no one knew. It was likely that Xieli had used some kind of method to snatch this white rainbow dagger from that small family. However, this had nothing to do with them, so although everyone disdained Xieli's character, none of them said anything. During this moment, Xieli activated the white rainbow dagger and the small dagger transformed into a white rainbow in front of him before disappearing in a flash. When it reappeared in the next moment, it had strangely appeared inside Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array. With a whoosh, the white rainbow dagger flew out from inside and penetrated the spirit array without any hindrance. Although it seemed to have no effect, everyone understood that the spirituality of this spirit array had been greatly worn away. The reason why the white rainbow dagger was called an array-breaking artifact was because it contained some of the mysteries of space, allowing it to break through the barriers of space and attack directly from inside the spirit array. Such an artifact was impossible to refine with the current level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star, so it was a treasure left behind from ancient times. Sure enough, after Cieli activated the white rainbow dagger a few times, the light of the mountain defending array dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Demon Blood Temple, Sea Heart Sect, and the other Origin returning realm masters recruited by Lu Yi all rubbed their palms together and used methods they normally wouldn't use lightly to attack the mountain defending array. No cultivator who had broken through to the Origin returning realm was weak. All of them had experienced countless life or death battles, tempering themselves through countless adventures, so it was only natural for them to have some hidden treasures and methods. If they didn't use these treasures and methods now, when would they? More than 30 Origin returning realm masters attacking together was a spectacular scene. Even if a third order Origin returning realm master were to come here, they would have no choice but to retreat. Seeing this, the other Saint Kings also joined in to help, and for a time the morale of the allied forces soared. Under such a fierce attack, the mountain defending array began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment, a scene that made everyone even more excited. At the same time, in Heavenly Fate City 50 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, Qian Tong and Fei Ji were sitting opposite each other in a loft, both of them holding wine glasses in their hands and raising them to their lips, but both of them seemed to be lost in thought, forgetting to drink. Behind Qian Tong, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer stood with anxious looks on their faces. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations coming from Dragon Cave Mountain, Wei Guchang finally couldn't bear it and said, "Elder, let this disciple go." Although Dong Xianer didn't say anything, anyone could see the anxiety and worry in her beautiful eyes. Qian Tong smiled lightly, put down the wine glass in his hand and glanced at Wei Guchang. "What can you do if you go? Although this disciple has only broken through to the Origin returning realm not long ago, he can still help Brother Yang. It's better than just watching from the sidelines," Wei Guchang said in a deep voice. Qian Tong raised his brow and said with a faint smile, "Do you think it's improper for this old master to just sit back and drink and be merry?" Disciple wouldn't dare. "If you think so, then admit it. What's there to be afraid of?" Qian Tong didn't care. Wei Guchang's face struggled for a moment before becoming firm as he cupped his fists and said, "Then this disciple asks Elder to forgive this disciple's disrespect." "And speak," Qian Tong gently nodded. "Elder, even without mentioning Brother Yang's life-saving grace to this disciple and Xianer, he was willing to take the risk of entering the Emperor Garden to rescue Elder last time. Elder should not just sit back and watch. Who does Cieli think he is?" In order to deal with Brother Yang, he announced that he would leave Shadow Moon Hall. Is Shadow Moon Hall a place he can come and go as he pleases? As for the dead Xia Hongwen, everyone knows what kind of person he is. Even if Brother Yang did not kill him, this disciple would one day kill him. This disciple asks Elder to give the order for this disciple and Xian to go and kill Cieli. Even if Xianer and I are only first-order cultivators, killing Cieli will be as easy as lifting our hands. Arrogant. Although Qian Tong scolded, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't think Wei Guchang was spouting nonsense and instead acknowledged his strength. "Then tell this old master, why do you want to kill Cieli? Is it just because he left Shadow Moon Hall without permission? Isn't that reason enough? Even so, the hall has its own law enforcement hall, it's not up to you to intervene." "But, I know you don't have many friends, Yang Kai is one of them, so naturally you don't want to just stand by and watch, but his grievances with the Xia family is something he requested Shadow Moon Hall not to intervene in. Right now it's not just the Xia family attacking Dragon Cave Mountain, Elder, Demon Blood Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain, Flowing Cloud Valley, and Sea Heart Sect. And this old master knows all of this, which is why this old master wants to see what means he has to resolve this disaster. If he can really turn danger into safety, that little brat will be amazing. And if he can't?" Wei Guchang didn't seem to have much confidence. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Dragon Cave Mountain was at a disadvantage. "Enough, do you really think that old Ghost Chen will just stand by and watch?" Fei Ji, who had been silent all this time, glared at Wei Guchang. Originally he didn't want to interrupt, but this little brat's nagging was really ruining his mood. Chapter 1394. Wei Guchang was taken aback as he stared at Fei Zhi-Tu in amazement, not understanding what he meant. Fei Zhi-Tu sneered, "Do you think those people from Heaven's Gathering Hall are really out on a mission? Our hall is now facing external threats and is being watched by countless great forces in fear that the Emperor Garden will suddenly open. My Shadow Moon Hall is so close to it, so why would they go out on a mission at such a sensitive time? Aren't they afraid of being caught rashly?" Wei Guchang heard this and his eyes lit up. City Lord Master means? He had also heard that many masters from Heaven's Gathering Hall had been mobilized, so when he heard Fei Zhi-Tu say this, he immediately thought of something. Use your brain when you do things, you still have a long way to go, young man. Fei Zhi-Tu snorted before downing the contents of his cup in one gulp. Wei Guchang scratched his head for a while as he looked at Qian Tong with an embarrassed expression. Suddenly, his expression became solemn as he bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, elder, this disciple misunderstood you." "Ah." Qian Tong laughed, daring to stand up for a friend, even disobeying this old master's wishes. Not pretentious or hypocritical. Good, you really did not disappoint this old master. Come, fill old Ghost Fei's cup, this old master will sit back and watch the show today. Yes. Wei Guchang hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the wine pot, and filled a cup for each of the two elders. Then he retreated to the side and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He exchanged a glance with Dong Xin. Unlike the anxiety and worry from before, both of them were calm at this moment. Heaven's Gathering Hall was a special existence in Shadow Moon Hall. There weren't many of them, only about 50 to 60, but each of them was an elite, with the weakest being a First Order Saint King. The strongest among them was the First Order Origin Returning Realm, but because of the special secret arts and martial skills they cultivated, each of these people could fight enemies above their own realm and were best at teaming up to kill enemies. The more people they worked with, the stronger their strength would be. If the entire Heaven Gathering Hall cultivator were to join forces, even a Third Order Origin Returning Realm Master would not be a problem. Therefore, when Wei Guchang heard that the people from Heaven Gathering Hall had been dispatched, he naturally no longer had any worries. Without even mentioning the exquisiteness of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, Wei Guchang naturally stopped worrying. Just these people from Tianluo Hall were enough to make those despicable people suffer. It was just that, the elder was taking a huge risk by doing this. Once someone noticed that something was amiss, it was very likely that the Shadow Moon Hall would once again become the center of attention. The appearance of the Emperor Garden put Shadow Moon Hall in a very bad situation. On the other side, on a desolate hill a few dozen kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, one of them was glowing. The white-haired old man crossed his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, his expression as calm as an ancient well. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad, but the powerful vitality fluctuations radiating from his body were awe-inspiring. Beside him was an old woman with a hunched back. She held a dragon-head walking stick and looked very weak. She coughed from time to time as if she could die at any moment. Beside the old woman was a beautiful girl who was taking care of her. The wind blew and the girl's hair fluttered. The image of the old woman and the girl formed a stark contrast in this place. The old man was Demon Blood Temple's Elder Shur while the old woman was Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng. Two top Origin Returning Realm Masters were gathered in one place at this moment. It was not difficult to understand why they would be here. After all, both of them were coveting the piece of profound gold in Yang Kai's hands, so naturally, they were paying close attention to the situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. Once Dragon Cave Mountain was breached and Yang Kai was killed, the two of them would immediately take action to snatch the profound gold. As for now, it was not convenient for them to bully the weak. After all, this was still Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so if they really took action, it was difficult to guarantee that Shadow Moon Hall would not take advantage of this situation. Senior Sister Feng, are you interested in reconsidering this Jin's proposal? As long as you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this Jin will accomplish 3 things for you in his lifetime, Jin Shur suddenly said. Old woman Feng slammed her walking stick on the ground and sneered, "Old Ghost Jin, you don't need to call me that so intimately. My Myriad Beast Mountain has never had anything to do with your Demon Blood Temple, so there is no such thing as senior sister or junior brother. However, if you are willing to give up this piece of profound gold, this old woman will also accomplish 3 things for you in her lifetime." She had actually returned the original condition to him. After all, everyone knew that this kind of verbal promise was not binding in the slightest. Obtaining this piece of profound gold was the greatest benefit. Jin Shur's eyes narrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. but after thinking about it for a moment he chuckled, "Senior Sister Feng, there is no need to keep me at arm's length. As far as this gene knows, Senior Sister Feng is not young anymore. How many more years do you have left to live? What can you possibly accomplish for me? So what? In any case, this old woman can live longer than you. Ahem, it's meaningless for the two of us to argue about this." Jean Sure suddenly felt that bickering with old woman Feng here was like a child quarreling with a child. There was no point in dwelling on the issue of lifespan, so after thinking for a moment he said, "How about this, the two of us might as well compare notes. Whoever wins will obtain this piece of profound gold. What does Senior Sister Feng think? Do you think this old woman is afraid of you?" Old woman Feng's bent back suddenly straightened as an astonishing fighting intent flashed across her old face as she sneered, "This old woman would like to experience the power of your excellency's golden cicada extreme demon secret art." As she spoke, she released an astonishing pressure towards the other party, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. Old woman Feng was just like her name. Although her face was old, she was extremely aggressive when she was young, and now that she was in her later years, her temper had not changed at all. In fact, it was even worse than when she was young. If Demon Blood Temple's disciples manage to snatch this profound gold, my Myriad Beast Mountain is willing to withdraw and congratulate Senior Jean in advance. Oh. Jean Shure's lips curled into a smile as he stared at Feng Yen. "Do you have so much confidence in your Myriad Beast Mountain's disciples?" Feng Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "Does Senior Jean have no confidence in his disciples' methods?" Jean Shure's eyes narrowed for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Little girl, you don't need to provoke this old master. This old master naturally has full confidence in his disciples' methods. Good, this old master will only ask one thing, do your words represent Senior Sister Feng? What Yen'er says is what this old master thinks." Old woman Feng tapped her dragon-headed walking stick lightly and declared, "It's a deal." Jean Sure coldly snorted as he stretched out his palm towards old woman Feng. The latter glanced over at him before casually raising her hand and clapping it together. After making a vow, the two of them no longer paid any attention to each other and instead stared off into the distance with strange smiles on their faces. Obviously, both of them had full confidence in their disciples. Dragon Cave Mountain being besieged wasn't just limited to Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, Jean Sure, and old woman Feng watching from a distance. At this moment, in all directions of Dragon Cave Mountain, at high points several dozen kilometers away, there were a number of people scattered about, all of them staring towards Dragon Cave Mountain and pointing towards it from time to time. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had only ended a short time ago, so the masters who had come to participate had not yet left. They wanted to take this opportunity to observe the Emperor Garden's movements, but there had been no movement from the Emperor Garden so far. Waiting here for the Emperor Garden to open was quite boring, so now that such a good show had happened, no matter who it was, they were all willing to watch it for entertainment. Has that young boy gone crazy? Why would he issue such an outrageous order? Although he had not been on Dragon Cave Mountain for long, Ning Xiangchen was well aware of the strength and number of cultivators here. There were only a few dozen of them, and their cultivations varied from Saint King Realm, Saint Realm, and even Transcendent Realm cultivators. The only ones he could rely on were Changqi and Haoan, the two First Order Origin Returning Realm cultivators. On the other hand, the other side had more than 30 Origin Returning Realm Masters, many of whom were Second Order Origin Realm Masters, and more than 200 Saint Kings. In this situation, if they relied on the mountain protecting Grand Array to defend, they might be able to buy some time, but once it was removed, wouldn't that be the same as striking a stone with an egg? Even if Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, he was only one person, so with Changqi and Haoan, what could they possibly accomplish? Ning Xiangchen couldn't figure it out and was about to ask when he suddenly saw Wu Yi smile and say calmly, "Since that's the case, let's do as he says. It's time to let these shameless bastards see the fangs of our Dragon Cave Mountain." She spoke resolutely, not putting the people outside in her eyes at all, as if Yang Kai's order alone had given her great confidence. Ning Xiangchen almost bit off his own tongue. Qian Yu nodded and immediately began to issue orders for everyone to hide inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. This cave mansion was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain and had the most spirit arrays. Unless one had a token to open it, it would be even more difficult to break through than the mountain protecting Grand Array. As soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Wu Yi knew what he wanted to do. Of course, she would not refute Yang Kai's decision and simply follow it. One by one, the cultivator hurriedly rushed over after receiving Qian Yu's order and hid inside the cave mansion. In the blink of an eye, only Chang Qi Haoan, Qian Yu, Wu Yi and Ning Xiangqin remained outside. At this moment, Wu Yi frowned slightly as she glanced over at Ning Xiangqin. Even with her intelligence, she didn't know what to do with Ning Xiangqin at this moment. Should she let him take refuge inside the cave mansion? That was impossible. The cave mansion was Yang Kai's retreat, so there were many unknown secrets hidden there. Although they were all hidden by spirit arrays, if Ning Xiangqin inadvertently discovered them, it would be troublesome. Asking him to leave was definitely impossible. Ning Xiangqin had taken the initiative to stay behind and help Dragon Cave Mountain, so Wu Yi was very grateful. Asking him to leave at this time would be too cruel. What's more, with so many enemies outside, Ning Xiangqin couldn't just leave. This gave her a headache. Fortunately, Ning Xiangqin was a wise old man and could see Wu Yi's concerns at this moment, so he took the initiative to say, "If there is anything this old master can do, please don't hesitate. Although this old master's strength isn't high, he can still contribute." Humph, it seems they also know that stubbornness won't end well, so they decided to withdraw their spirit array. Do they think they can escape this calamity by doing so? Someone shouted. Naturally, this statement was not accepted by everyone, but since the other party had withdrawn their spirit array, they must have made some kind of backup plan. Now that the fog inside Dragon Cave Mountain was tumbling, one's divine sense was greatly restricted and it was impossible to see the situation inside with the naked eye, so no one dared to act rashly. For a time, everyone stood in place, exchanging glances with one another. A bunch of cowards. Xieli ground his teeth secretly and was about to encourage others to enter and investigate when he suddenly saw the fog covering Dragon Cave Mountain begin to tumble and distort. A moment later, the rolling fog dissipated to the sides, revealing the scenery inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was filled with magnificent pavilions, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The scenery was quite good and the world energy aura inside was extremely rich. It was no longer the barren mountain it once was. However, what shocked everyone was that not many people had come to meet the enemy. The surrounding area was quiet, with only 3 old men at the origin returning realm sitting around a table, drinking and enjoying themselves. This rampant scene was imprinted on everyone's eyes, causing everyone's expression to become gloomy. These old men clearly did not put them in their eyes at all. Otherwise, how could they have the leisure to drink here? Humph, even at death's door, you're still trying to act mysterious. Xieli coldly snorted as he continued to use his divine sense to investigate Dragon Cave Mountain. Although there was nothing wrong with this place, he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear, as if as soon as he stepped into this small mountain, he would step into the gates of hell. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, and when he turned his head to look at the others, he found that everyone was feeling the same way, their expressions dignified. However, in this situation, it could be said that an arrow had been knocked on the string and had no choice but to release it. Although Xieli did not inquire carefully, he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him right now. If he and the others retreated like this, they would no longer have the face to see anyone in the future. Thinking so, Xieli's expression became firm as he loudly declared, "Everyone, the spirit array has been broken. If we don't act now, when will we?" Saying so, he waved his hand and immediately sent out more than 20 Saint Kings from the Xia family, using their movement skills to rush towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Although these 20 or so Saint Kings were not necessarily opponents of the 3 origin returning realm masters, using them to test the depths of Dragon Cave Mountain was the best option. The remaining cultivators from Sea Heart Sect and Flowing Cloud Valley did not move and instead chose to stand on a united front with the Xia family, following Xieli's lead. For a time, the several allied forces split up into 3 groups. They began probing Dragon Cave Mountain's defenses from 3 different directions. A fierce light flashed across Xieli's eyes as his lips twitched and he issued a few orders before immediately waving his hand and rushing towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Under his leadership, the other origin returning realm masters also spread out, each of them bringing a few Saint King cultivators with them. Divided into several teams, each of them remained vigilant of their surroundings as they pushed forward. Divine senses swept every inch of Dragon Cave Mountain, not wanting to miss even the slightest detail or suspicious place. They were all worried that they would accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array that would lead to their demise. This kind of cautiousness was indeed very effective. They really did find several traces of spirit arrays and immediately avoided them vigilantly. Even if some of them accidentally triggered some kind of spirit array, they would at least be able to put up some resistance. After all, with the addition of Origin returning Realm Masters, even if they fell into some kind of spirit array, they would still be able to put up a fight. What made them even more overjoyed though was that the spirit arrays at the front of Dragon Cave Mountain, after playing a magical role just now, seemed to have run out of tricks and their power had been greatly reduced. Even if they were triggered, they would be easily blocked by the Origin returning realm cultivators. After advancing for an entire distance of 300 m, there was actually not a single casualty. For a time, their morale was greatly boosted, and all of them looked maliciously at Changqi's group of 3 who were still drinking and making merry nearby. They seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to grow wings and fly over to their side right now and chop off their heads to vent the hatred in their hearts. A moment later, under the leadership of Xiali, the cultivators had arrived 100 meters away from Changqi's group. Xiali raised his hand to signal everyone to stop as he swept his cold eyes over the trio and sneered, "The 3 of you, if you have any other means, don't hide them. Why don't you show them to this Xia? Otherwise you won't have a chance to use them again." Hearing this, Changqi raised his head and glanced at him, not showing the slightest trace of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled strangely, "Brother Xia, why do you think you were able to safely reach this place? Do you really think Dragon Cave Mountain is so easy to break through?" These 2 simple questions caused Xiali's face to change dramatically as he exclaimed, "Not good." As he spoke, Yang Kai threw out a long black whip. This long whip seemed to emit a faint sound of wind and thunder as it flashed with lightning. Clearly, it was a powerful artifact. Only by constantly arranging spirit arrays would Yang Yen be able to learn more about these spirit arrays. In short, Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays couldn't be understood by common sense. After falling into the illusion array, the old man didn't panic because his strength wasn't weak. Instead, he just grinned wildly, trying to kill this old master with a trivial illusion array? You're looking down on me too much. I never said I would use an illusion array to kill you, Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Then what do you want to do? If you have any means, don't hold back. The old man smiled proudly. Today this old master will show you the gap between you and me. Good, don't worry, I'll be right back. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and after saying so, his figure quickly faded and disappeared from the old man's field of vision. Wanna run? The old man flew into a rage, and with a wave of his divine sense, he sent out a scarlet beam of light towards Yang Kai. However, his actions were too slow and Yang Kai's figure dissipated, followed by the scarlet beam of light. The old man's face became gloomy to the extreme. Yang Kai really managed to escape. This illusion array is not simple. How the other party managed to escape from his field of vision and divine sense was something the old man had no clue about, but what was the other party trying to do? Suddenly, a thought flashed across the old man's mind and he turned his head to look around, his face instantly going pale. The 2 Origin returning realm masters and 4 or 5 Saint Kings who were originally with him had all disappeared at this moment, as if he was the only one trapped by this illusion array. Thinking about what Yang Kai had just said, the old man immediately understood what he was trying to do. Feeling both shocked and angry, the old man let out a hysterical roar as he took out a one-handed axe, poured his Saint Chi into it, and chopped towards the void in an attempt to break free from this illusion. He had never dabbled in spirit arrays before, so naturally he did not know how to break this illusion array, so he could only use the most crude method possible. The grade of this one-handed axe artifact was definitely not low, most likely an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Although Shadowed Star's artifact refiners were unable to refine such artifacts, they could still be obtained from ancient ruins, so even if they were rare, they were not impossible to find. After pouring his Saint Chi into the axe, a giant pitch-black beam of light several dozen meters in length shot out from it and slammed into the void, creating a loud humming sound. However, such an attack was obviously not enough to break this illusion array, not to mention that this spirit array was being operated by Yang Yen. After 3 or 5 slashes, the old man consumed a lot of his Saint Chi but failed to accomplish anything. The old man's face became gloomy as he stopped what he was doing and waited vigilantly. He believed that this enemy would appear again. Sure enough, after about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a faint phantom suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Immediately, this phantom gradually solidified and Yang Kai's figure was revealed. The old man's gaze instantly landed on the young man's face and clothes. There were many fresh blood stains on the young man's face, which seemed to have been splattered on. There was also a faint demonic chi in the blood. As a cultivator from Myriad Beast Mountain, the old man was naturally familiar with this aura. This was the smell of the monster beast's blood. Only a cultivator from Myriad Beast Mountain would have a monster beast by his side. "What did you do to my disciples?" The old man stared at Yang Kai with an ugly expression and asked in a deep voice. "Why ask when you already know the answer? Since I've returned, what do you think happened to them?" Yang Kai sneered. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai's brow twitched as he discovered that the Blue Eyes Blood Toad's long scarlet tongue actually had countless tiny suction cups. It was using these suction cups that its tongue was able to hold onto the purple shield and drag it back towards itself. "This old dog wants to snatch my artifact." Yang Kai instantly understood the other party's intentions and sneered, condensing a ball of black demonic flame in his hand. This demonic flame gave off a violent heat as it reached out to grab the scarlet tongue. "Little brat, you court death." Seeing this scene, the old man not only didn't become angry, but instead was overjoyed. The blue-eyed blood toad he had raised not only had thick skin and was extremely resistant to beatings, but its entire body also contained a potent poison. Not to mention its tongue, a trivial Saint King Realm cultivator actually wanted to grab the blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue with his bare hands. This brat was simply courting death. Asterisk Sila. Asterisk, a strange sound rang out as a burnt smell filled the air. The blue-eyed blood toad's poisonous tongue was caught by Yang Kai and his demonic flame wrapped around half of it. The blue-eyed blood toad's eyes flashed a pained look as its cheeks bulged and it made a gurgling sound. How is this possible? The old man's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that his monster beast would suffer such a big loss in this confrontation while the other party was completely fine. Seeing the black flame follow the tongue and burn towards him like a prairie fire, the old man finally realized that something was wrong. The other party's black flame seemed to be quite extraordinary. Not only was it impervious to poison, but it was also extremely difficult to deal with. Immediately, the old man issued a command to his monster beast and the blue-eyed blood toad immediately released the purple shield it was holding while retracting its scarlet tongue. In the blink of an eye, the long poisonous tongue disappeared and the blue-eyed blood toad's cheeks bulged a few times before it opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of black blood. "You dare hurt my monster beast?" The old man's eyes went bloodshot. He had thought this would be a good show of killing and robbing, but it turned out to be a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. After swallowing the black flame into its stomach, his monster beast had obviously been injured. In a fit of anger, the old man pointed his finger and the lumps on the blue-eyed blood toad's body suddenly burst open, releasing a burst of colorful and unpleasant poisonous liquid. This poisonous liquid twisted slightly mid-air before transforming into small arrows that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. Even though he had not personally experienced this poisonous liquid, he knew that it was not easy to come into contact with it. His expression becoming cold, he casually summoned a small furnace. Chapter 1402. With his sure broken, Yang Kai instantly broke free from the invisible quagmire and poured his Saint Chi into the purple shield in his hand before throwing it forward. The purple shield immediately burst open and transformed into a yellow sandstorm, covering the sky, and the pitch-black python formed from the old man's one-handed axe artifact. Indistinctly, the hissing sound of a giant python could be heard from the inside. The giant python's huge body was moving left and right, but it was not easy for it to escape. After all, the grade of the purple shield was higher than that of the one-handed axe. The power of the sandstorm inside was mainly used for defense, so it was not difficult for it to trap the pitch-black giant python. Artifacts did not fight on their own, so the entanglement between the purple shield and the one-handed axe was completely a divine sense confrontation between Yang Kai and the old man, a contest between the strength of their divine senses and the exquisiteness of their artifacts. The old man's complexion changed drastically because after this exchange, he suddenly discovered that not only was Yang Kai's heritage not inferior to his own, but even the strength of his spiritual energy was incredibly powerful, far surpassing that of any other cultivator in the same realm. "Who the hell are you?" the old man exclaimed. He couldn't believe that a little brat who didn't belong to any sect could possess such great strength. Forget about the elite Saint Kings of Myriad Beast Mountain, even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect couldn't cultivate such a powerful cultivator. On Shadowed Star, there was only one place that could cultivate such a heaven-defying cultivator, and that was Star Emperor Mountain. Could this little brat have come down from Star Emperor Mountain for life experience? Recalling all the information he had gathered about Yang Kai, the old man's heart thumped heavily. If not for this, how could he have so many methods to restrain the old man at every turn? "You talk too much nonsense." Yang Kai had no intention of answering him. Just now he had been forced into a passive defensive situation, not because he lacked strength, but because this was the first time he had fought against a cultivator of this level. Even if he had the advantage of time and place, he didn't dare act rashly, so he wanted to test his opponent's strength. Now that the result had been decided, he naturally had to take the offensive. As soon as these words left his mouth, a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in Yang Kai's hand. This long sword was completely condensed from Saint Chi and was pitch black in color, as if it could swallow all the light in its surroundings. Raising this sword high, Yang Kai slashed out fiercely. A several dozen meter long sword Chi pierced through the air like a rainbow as it flew towards the old man. Feeling the lethality contained in this sword wave, the old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged to the side, but before he could regain his footing, another sword wave swept towards him, as if the other party didn't care about wasting his Saint Chi at all. The old man's soul almost flew out of his body. This time there was no way he could dodge, so he grit his teeth and took out a small square shield from his space ring. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto it, causing the small square shield to spin rapidly. As it spun, a very sturdy golden rune-like phantom emerged from it and blocked the old man's path. Every cultivator had at least one defensive artifact, and the old man was no exception. After all, there were some attacks he couldn't easily resist. This small square shield was the old man's defensive artifact, and although it was only Origin Grade low rank, it was still the masterpiece of the Origin Grade artifact refiner who worshipped Myriad Beast Mountain. Silently, the space blade that followed closely behind the sword light arrived, instantly creating a crescent-shaped gash on the blue-eyed blood toad's abdomen. Any target struck by this space blade would be banished to the void, so the wounds inflicted by this space blade could not be healed. Although the power of Yang Kai's space blade was not small, the strength of the blue-eyed blood toad's body was also not to be underestimated. This attack barely managed to penetrate its body before the power of the space blade dissipated. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt slightly regretful. If his space blade had been able to advance another 2 meters, it may have been able to kill this old man in one fell swoop. But it was obviously pointless to consider such matters now. No matter how thick the blue-eyed blood toad's skin was, it would undoubtedly die after suffering such a serious injury. As its owner, the old man seemed to have suffered a backlash and was desperately pushing his Saint Chi when he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately turning to stare at the blue-eyed blood toad in shock, his eyes filled with horror. Perceiving that the vitality of the monster beast he was connected to was rapidly dissipating, the old man pushed his Saint Chi even more violently, causing the blue-eyed blood toad's body to swell rapidly and soon become round and rolling, as if it would burst at any moment. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit in his mind. Accompanied by a crisp bird cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew towards the old man. Before the artifact spirit could reach him though, a loud explosion rang out and the blue-eyed blood toad exploded into a bloody mist, leaving behind nothing but a colorful poisonous mist and venom. The artifact spirit was frightened by this and hurriedly flew up into the sky. However, the old man simply stood there with a ferocious look on his face, enjoying the baptism of the poisonous mist and venom. It was unknown what kind of secret art or secret technique he had used to absorb all the poisonous mist and venom into his body. At the same time, the old man waved his hand and grabbed the blue-eyed blood toad's monster core, tossed it directly into his mouth and began chewing on it. A series of unforeseen events had happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Kai Yang dumbstruck. After absorbing the blood mist and swallowing the monster core of the blue-eyes blood toad, the old man's appearance also underwent a terrifying change. Lumps of flesh began to appear on his exposed skin, and from these lumps of flesh, a foul stench constantly flowed out, making him look exactly the same as the blue-eyes blood toad from before. This old man's appearance was already quite ugly to begin with, but now his appearance was even worse. Not only that, but his two eyes also seemed to have turned blue, as if they contained some kind of mysterious power. The most ridiculous thing was that his cheeks had also swelled up like the blue-eyed blood toad's, making him look quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to laugh at all because the aura of the old man at this moment had soared, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Good. The old man suddenly laughed wildly as his pair of blue eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai. Being able to force this old master into monster transformation, you can consider your death a worthy one. Monster transformation. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although this was the first time he had heard of such a thing, it should be one of Myriad Beast Mountain's secret techniques. After all, Myriad Beast Mountain's cultivator had dealt with monster beast all year round, so it wasn't impossible for him to enslave a monster beast to do such a thing. With Yang Kai's eyesight, it wasn't difficult for him to see that this old man wasn't completely human at this moment, but rather half human and half monster. Moreover, not only was there Saint Chi fluctuations coming from his body, but there was also monster Chi, a terrifying combination. This secret technique is bound to cause great trouble. Perhaps it can't be reversed, Yang Kai immediately judged. Otherwise the old man wouldn't have waited until now to use it. After all, Saint Chi and Monster Chi were two different things that couldn't coexist in a human body. Yang Kai's guess was correct. Myriad Beast Mountain's monster transformation secret technique was indeed extremely dangerous, and there was no way to reverse it. Even if the old man could successfully suppress his Monster Chi afterwards, most of his cultivation would be crippled and he would no longer be able to fight. Otherwise, the backlash from his Monster Chi would result in his death. This old man had been forced into a corner, otherwise how could he have chosen to cut off all means of retreat like this? The old man's momentum was monstrous, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid, simply waving his hand and summoning the Firebird artifact spirit over, one man and one artifact spirit glaring fiercely at the old man. The old man didn't intend to waste any time. As soon as his monster transformation ended, his cheeks bulged and he let out a seemingly careless breath before shooting out a green poison arrow towards Yang Kai. After undergoing monster transformation, the old man was able to use the abilities of the blue-eyes blood toad. Yang Kai raised his brow and naturally wouldn't stand still, his figure flickering as he dodged to the side. But before he could react, the poison arrow suddenly exploded mid-air, turning into countless tiny drops of venom that splashed out in all directions. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only condense his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around his body. The venom and Saint Chi collided and actually corroded a small hole in the demonic flame barrier. After undergoing monster transformation, this venom seemed to have become much stronger. However, before Yang Kai could investigate carefully, a dangerous aura pressed down from the sky. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly pushed his palm upwards, pushing his Saint Chi violently. A great force came from above and Yang Kai was pushed down, but when he looked up, there was no trace of his enemy in the sky. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai discovered that the old man was leaping around him at an incredible speed, looking for a flaw and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This kind of speed was not something a human could possess. It seemed that after the old man had undergone monster transformation, he had also inherited the jumping ability of the blue-eyes blood toad. This is going to be a bit tricky. The old man's speed was so fast that it would not be easy to hit him. However, Yang Kai was currently fighting 2 against 1, and the artifact spirit was a good helper. On top of that, Yang Kai had the advantage of being suppressed by the spirit array, so he did not panic and simply sent a command to the artifact spirit with his divine sense. The firebird immediately burst into countless tiny birds. These birds looked exactly the same as the artifact spirit, but were countless times smaller in size. These birds were densely packed and covered a large area. Suddenly, a few of the birds cried out and burst into flames. On the other side, the old man's figure flickered as he helplessly reappeared, a look of resentment flashing across his face. He had not expected that Yang Kai would actually use the artifact spirit to investigate his whereabouts and had exposed his whereabouts. Several golden threads suddenly shot out from the front, transforming into a golden light that enveloped the old man. These golden threads gave off an extremely sharp aura, and once one was cut by them, their fate would definitely not be good. The old man's complexion changed as his eyes flashed a brilliant blue light as he glared towards Yang Kai. An invisible force burst out from his knowledge sea and rushed straight into Yang Kai's mind. Soul poison. After undergoing monster transformation, the old man's knowledge sea had also undergone a mutation, allowing him to use powerful methods such as soul poison. Once one was infected by this soul poison, they would become like maggots in one's bones and become extremely difficult to expel. Using this soul poison in battle was even more difficult to defend against. Crimson blood was gushing out from these wounds like fountains. Space Force. The old man muttered to himself as his body exploded with a crash, turning into a pile of minced meat. On his old face, his two eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually died in such a place. Looking at the old man's corpse, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. This battle had not been easy. Although Yang Yin had been controlling the spirit array to suppress the old man's strength, after using his monster transformation secret technique, the old man had been able to display far greater strength than usual. If it weren't for Yang Kai's many methods, he might not have been able to kill this old man. The demon eye of annihilation released a powerful suction force and swallowed the old man's soul. This was the soul of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, so it would be of great help to Yang Kai in his comprehension of Sure. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. After this battle, Yang Kai had a vague understanding of his own combat effectiveness. At his current level, he had no problem confronting a second-order origin returning realm cultivator head-on, but whether or not he could kill one would depend on the other party's ability. As for a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai seemed to be struggling, but without actually fighting he couldn't make any judgments. On the other side, without the control of the old man's divine sense, the black python transformed from his one-handed axe artifact reverted back to its original form and fell to the ground. Yang Kai waved his hand and took back his purple shield before picking up the one-handed axe and playing with it for a moment before tossing it into his space ring. Standing in place and silently investigating for a moment, Yang Kai quickly understood the current situation on Dragon Cave Mountain. The intruders were basically all dead, but somewhere more than a dozen kilometers away, there was another second-order origin returning realm cultivator locked in a bitter struggle against three first-order origin returning realm cultivators. Through the auras of these people, Yang Kai quickly determined that the enemy should be a master from Demon Blood Temple. As for the three first-order origin returning realm cultivators, needless to say they were obviously Chang Chi, Howen, and Ning Xiangchen. Although the cultivation of these three was lower, they had no problem besieging the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple inside Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai also perceived that the situation was one-sided, so it was only a matter of time before the enemy was defeated and died. Ning Xiangchen wading into these muddy waters and standing on Dragon Cave Mountain's side was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. After all, Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with this senior and had only spoken with him a few times during his trip to the Emperor Garden. Chapter 1405. It was impossible for someone who could regrow a severed arm to die so easily, so Yang Kai faintly felt that Lu Yi was not simple. However, at this moment, besides Xie Li in front of him, only the middle-aged man from Demon Blood Temple was still alive. If Lu Yi had broken in, there was no reason he would not have been discovered. Yang Yin and Wu Yi were monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements at all times. This bastard is quite shrewd, not daring to come in. Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth. Is that all you have to say? Xie showed an impatient look. Yes, Yang Kai grinned back at him. Then you can die. Xie face filled with a fierce light as he roared, a majestic Saint Qi pulsing from his body that was faintly visible to the naked eye. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds rang out from his body as his physique expanded dramatically, his muscles bulging and giving off a strange bronze color as he shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise as he had not expected this Xie to actually want to fight him in close quarters, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, the other party had a deep hatred for him, so naturally this kind of method would be more satisfying. Thinking so, Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he stood in place and stared at Xie indifferently, waving his hand and sending out a golden thread. Xie, however, did not try to dodge and instead slowly stretched out his fist. This fist seemed to be slow but was actually filled with a powerful golden light as it met the golden thread head-on. In the blink of an eye, the fist collided with the golden blood thread, but to Yang Kai's surprise, his incredibly sharp golden blood thread was actually blocked by his opponent's bare fist. Not only that, but an inexplicable force passed through the golden thread and into his body, causing his vitality to surge. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yang Kai realized that this Xie was even more difficult to deal with than the old man from Myriad Beast Mountain. As expected of a powerhouse from the Shadow Moon Hall, just his background alone was extraordinary. If Xie were to fight the old man one-on-one, the old man would definitely not be a match for him. Yang Kai's face became solemn, and just as he was about to use some other method to stop this old man, a sudden change occurred. Xie, who was rushing towards him with murderous intent, suddenly let out a strange cry, as if he had encountered some kind of accident, a look of pain and confusion appearing on his face. In the next moment, his flashing eyes were covered with a layer of blood-red light. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled, subconsciously thinking that the other side was playing some kind of trick, but he also felt that something was wrong. For a moment he didn't know what the other side was thinking. At that moment, Xie had already rushed to within 5 meters of Yang Kai, his murderous intent so clear it was almost tangible, like a sharp blade cutting into Yang Kai's skin. The next moment, Xie's body began to glow with a strange blood-red color, and his aura became extremely chaotic. Blood began to flow from his eyes, nose, mouth and ears as his eyes widened, as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This is... Yang Kai watched this sudden scene in surprise, but soon he thought of something and his expression changed dramatically. With a tap of his hand, the purple shield flew out and transformed into a violent sandstorm that wrapped around him. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit swooped down from the sky and transformed into a curtain of flames, blocking in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai had just finished doing all this when Xie rushed into the curtain of flames formed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Obviously, these were the masters from the various great forces who had been watching from the sidelines. After noticing the movement on Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them were greatly surprised and ran over to see what was happening. Over on Colored Glass Sect's side, Gong Ao Fu, Dai Yuan, and Yin Su Dai were also flying over, but unlike Gong Ao Fu and Yin Su Dai's indifference, Dai Yuan's face showed an anxious look. After hesitating for a while, she grit her teeth and asked, "Honored Master, what happened over there? Why are there such terrifying energy fluctuations?" Gong Ao Fu frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy that Dai Yuan was so concerned about Dragon Cave Mountain. Originally she did not want to answer, but seeing Yin Su Dai also looking at her suspiciously, she thought about it and said, "It seems that someone self-destructed, otherwise, it would be impossible to cause such a disturbance." Self-destruct? Who self-destructed? Yin Su Dai raised her brow and asked excitedly, "Could it be that Dragon Cave Mountain is heavily outnumbered and Yang Kai has no way out?" Hearing her say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face couldn't help turning white as her heart pounded rapidly. Gong Ao Fu slowly shook her head. "No, that little brat doesn't have the ability to cause such a big disturbance. The one who self-destructed must be at the same level as Honored Master." "A second-order origin returning realm? That can't be right?" Yin Su Dai exclaimed. "There are only 3 second-order origin returning realm masters who entered Dragon Cave Mountain, each of them possessing outstanding strength and fame. How could one of them choose to self-destruct? How would Honored Master know? Didn't you see so many people rushing over? I'm afraid none of them knew what was going on, so they decided to investigate." However, judging from this aura, it's a bit similar to the one from Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall, doesn't that mean? In Su Dai's pretty face changed. Honored Master, is that true? Dai Yuan, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Gong Ao Fu turned her head and glanced at her coldly. Whether it is or not, what does that have to do with you? Once this matter is over, return to Colored Glass Sect and enter retreat. From now on, without my permission, don't go out easily. Yes. Dai Yuan bit her red lips and nodded obediently. Although Gong Ao Fu was very satisfied with her apprentice's attitude, she was also filled with doubts. What kind of danger was hidden in this little Dragon Cave mountain? How could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator be forced to self-destruct? At the same time, inside Dragon Cave Mountain's cave mansion, Yang Yan's complexion changed drastically. Even though she was hiding inside the cave mansion, she could clearly feel the violent energy fluctuations outside. At this moment, the entire cave mansion was filled with rubble, so Yang Kai was almost at the center of this dangerous situation and she couldn't tell if he was all right. Quickly pouring her Saint Qi into the gold and silver spirit array in front of her, Yang Yan breathed a sigh of relief after detecting Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai wasn't dead, but his aura was a bit chaotic. Just as she was about to carefully investigate Yang Kai's situation, Wu Yi exclaimed, "Elder Sister Yang Yan, there are many masters approaching our Dragon Cave Mountain, what should we do?" Yang Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the spirit array. Sure enough, she found that many light spots were rapidly approaching Dragon Cave Mountain. Many of these lights were extremely bright, obviously the reaction of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Roughly counting, there were at least a dozen of them, and that wasn't all of them. So many? Yang Yan's face sank. With so many masters approaching, even if the Shadow Moon Hall wanted to intervene, it wouldn't be able to help. Chapter 1406. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stood somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain, his body dripping with blood as he stared blankly into the distance with a strange look on his face. In the ground in front of him, there was a huge crater with countless pieces of flesh scattered around it, making for a terrifying sight. This was obviously the result of Xie Li's self-destruction. However, Yang Kai couldn't believe what he had just seen. Why would Xie Li choose to self-destruct? Even if there was a great hatred between them, Xie Li wasn't the kind of person who would sacrifice his own life for revenge. What's more, the battle between them had only just begun, so how could Xie Li not have any confidence in defeating him? Only those who were forced into a dead end would choose such an extreme method to die together with their enemy. Otherwise, if the enemy didn't die after they self-destructed, wouldn't that just cause pain to those close to them and pleasure to those close to them? Yang Kai subconsciously suspected that Xie Li was playing some kind of trick and thought that everything just now was an illusion. However, the huge crater in front of him and the ferocious energy shockwave just now were clearly the result of a cultivator of that level self-destructing, so it couldn't be faked. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that Xie Li's aura was nowhere to be seen. He had really disappeared. Is he crazy? While Yang Kai cursed in his heart, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. A second-order origin returning realm master had self-destructed just a few dozen meters away, and the terrifying shockwave had swept out. If Yang Kai hadn't sensed something was wrong and prepared in advance, he would likely have been dragged to the grave this time. The 2 layers of protection provided by the Firebird artifact spirit and the purple shield managed to reduce the power of his opponent's self-destruction by about 60%, but even so, when the shockwave hit him, Yang Kai felt like a small boat sailing in the middle of a storm, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Fortunately, his physique was strong and his golden blood had a powerful restorative ability. At the critical moment, he had torn open a void crack and swallowed most of the shockwaves into it. At this moment, his appearance was a bit distressed, but it wasn't a big deal. In other words, Xie Li had died in vain. However, Yang Kai was still frowning. He wasn't excited at all. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Unless Xie Li's brain was rusty, there was no way he would make such a stupid choice. Xie Li had always been the deacon of the Shadow Moon Hall. His cultivation realm was high, and such a person was undoubtedly very smart. He would never use self-destruction to launch an attack. Yang Kai could not figure it out. Thinking about the change in Xie Li's expression before he blew himself up, Yang Kai was even more confused. While he was at a loss, a strange change occurred again. In the huge pit, a piece of flesh that belonged to Xie Li after he exploded suddenly wriggled strangely, and then a blood-red light shot out from it. At the same time, 4 or 5 identical blood-red beams of light shot out from all directions. Looking at the location where the Xie family Saint King cultivator who had been killed by Yang Kai had died. As soon as these blood-red beams of light appeared, they rushed towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. By the time Yang Kai discovered them, they had already arrived in front of him. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he didn't know what these blood-red beams of light were, he noticed that they were strange. Stretching out his hand, he summoned a grand heavenly shield in front of him. Immediately, Yang Kai's golden blood threads flickered and cut towards these blood-red beams of light. With a series of whizzing sounds, the sharp golden blood threads cut through these blood-red beams of light hundreds of times in an instant. Chapter 1407. The soul-devouring insects were exotic ancient insects that had been cultivated by Yang Kai to this day and had even been nourished by the profound insect stone, so the power they could display now was incomparable to before. They could now easily devour the spiritual energy of a Saint King realm cultivator and could even cause some interference to an origin returning realm cultivator. However, Yang Kai rarely used them because Yang Kai could easily kill ordinary enemies while the soul-devouring insects couldn't play much of a role in dealing with powerful enemies, so they were rarely used by Yang Kai. However, this did not mean that the soul-devouring insects were useless. Their power lay in their ability to slaughter enemies on a large scale. But at this moment they were perfectly suited for this purpose. The soul-devouring insect's favorite thing to devour was spiritual energy, so Lu Yi could only blame his bad luck. The soul's secret skills he had condensed from his own secret technique were generally successful in every situation, but this time they had been completely suppressed by Yang Kai. Both the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-devouring insects were the nemesis of the 10,000 poison evil insect. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of soul-devouring insects arrived in front of Yang Kai. Even under the golden light of annihilation, the blood-red cocoon only struggled slightly, but when the soul-devouring insects appeared, it seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and began trembling. The soul-devouring insects ignored this and rushed towards the 10,000 poison evil insect under Yang Kai's control. Kacha-kacha, the sound of something being gnawed rang out. The soul-devouring insects came quickly and left just as quickly, returning to the seven-colored island a moment later while the 10,000 poison evil insect, which had been shrouded in the golden light of annihilation, was nowhere to be seen. It had clearly been devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Yang Kai swept his knowledge sea with his divine sense and after confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he gently nodded and released his soul avatar. At the same time, more than 200 kilometers away from Dragon Cave Mountain, in a certain room of the Xie family's headquarters, a handsome young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly turned pale and coughed up a mouthful of blood, a look of shock filling his face as he cried out, "How is this possible?" This person was naturally Lu Yi. He was actually quite clever or rather cautious, so he did not participate in this siege of Dragon Cave Mountain, instead choosing to sit in the Xie family's mansion and wait for news. After all, if the matter was successful, it didn't matter whether he went or not. If it wasn't successful, it wouldn't matter even if he went. With this in mind, Lu Yi waited quietly in the distance from beginning to end. But just now he felt an inexplicable palpitation. The 10,000 poisons evil insect that he relied on the most was actually killed. Planting this 10,000 poison evil insect on the Xie family's Xieli had cost Lu Yi a lot of thought. After all, Xieli was a second-order origin returning realm master, so it wouldn't be easy to secretly plant something on him. For this, Lu Yi even paid a trace of his origin divine essence. Now that his primordial spirit had disappeared, Lu Yi, as the master, naturally suffered a certain degree of backlash. His injuries were not serious, but they were not light either. He would need at least 1 to 2 months of recuperation. Lu Ye's face instantly became ferocious. What he thought was a foolproof plan had actually gone awry. What's more, from the little bit of information the 10,000 poison evil insect gave him, it was clear that it had been killed by Yang Kai. As for what method Yang Kai used, Lu Yi had no idea. Everyone else was also curious, wondering just what kind of person on Dragon Cave Mountain could cause such a great change in mood. One had to know that a master of her level would never have such intense mood swings unless she had encountered something major. The woman surnamed Yi took a few deep breaths to calm her excitement before turning to Yang Kai and asking softly, "Little brother, can you give this communication artifact to this queen? This queen can exchange it with you." Yang Kai smiled. "There's no need to exchange anything, it's just a trivial communication artifact. If Senior wants it, just take it." At this moment, he had determined that this woman had no malicious intent towards Dragon Cave Mountain and most likely had some kind of relationship with Young Inflammation. In other words, this woman was a friend, not an enemy. With such a powerful ally suddenly arriving, Yang Kai was overjoyed, so how could he care about a simple communication artifact? The value of this thing was not worth mentioning as it was only used to transmit messages. If he wanted, Young Inflammation could easily refine countless of them. Since that's the case, this mistress offers her thanks. The woman surnamed Yi was not a wishy-washy person. Hearing this, her pretty face lit up and she happily put the communication artifact into her space ring. At this moment, everyone could see that this woman surnamed Yi had some kind of relationship with someone from Dragon Cave Mountain. Jin Shi, Old Woman Feng, and the others all wore ugly expressions as if they had just eaten a dead fly. They had been putting pressure on Yang Kai and Dragon Cave Mountain all this time, but now that this woman surnamed Yi had really joined Dragon Cave Mountain, they had no choice but to withdraw. For the sake of their dead disciples, it was extremely unwise to become enemies with such a master, unless their heads were rusty. Considering all this, Jin Shi and Old Woman Feng both decided to withdraw. After all, there was still plenty of time for revenge, so it was best to first investigate the relationship between this woman surnamed Yi and Dragon Cave Mountain. Did he really manage to turn danger into safety? Over on Clear Sky Sect's side, Great Elder Mou's eyes flashed brilliantly, unable to believe what he had just seen. Just now he had been lecturing Qin Shi Tao that the concept of luck was nothing more than an illusion, but in the blink of an eye, this inexplicable situation had actually taken a turn for the better. This little brat's luck, isn't it a bit too heaven-defying? I knew his luck had always been good and it seems it really is the case. Qin Shi Tao was also inexplicably excited. On one hand it was because Yang Kai had turned danger into safety, but on the other hand, it was because her belief had been confirmed. No one was happier than her. The group of enemies who had been eyeing Yang Kai covetously had also regrouped at this moment, their artifacts humming as they prepared to launch a new round of attacks. Right at this moment, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly came from the side. Along with this sound, a scorching power enveloped the entire area. At the same time, a series of golden whips descended from the sky and lashed out at the enemies. Each of these attacks was incredibly powerful, causing all who saw them to pale in fright. These enemies who had been preparing to attack Yang Kai, were all shocked and quickly tried to resist. This is... Mou's eyes bulged as he stared at the source of this attack in disbelief, quickly discovering that it was actually a towering tree several dozen meters tall with lush branches and leaves. This tree was a dazzling golden color, and at this moment, Its branches swayed and countless golden leaves fell like rain, transforming into golden rays of light that shot towards the group of enemies like flying daggers and arrows. These whip-like attacks were clearly formed from the branches of this ancient tree. What shocked Mo wasn't the attacks of this ancient tree, but rather the clear facial features on its thick trunk. At this moment, these facial features were distorted and looked extremely angry. The power of the branches and the attacks of the golden leaves were not inferior to the full strength of a First-Order Saint King cultivator. A dense barrage of attacks rained down, creating a terrifying scene. Even a master like Mo would be flustered if he fell into this attack, let alone others. At this moment there were very few Third-Order Origin returning realm masters among the enemies gathered in front of Yang Kai, so if they were enveloped by these strange attacks, if not for their superior numbers, they would have immediately suffered casualties. Sentient ancient tree. Mou exclaimed, never having expected that Dragon Cave Mountain would have such a treasure. In particular, this sentient ancient tree was actually a rare Yang attribute spirit tree. Although trees were also a type of living creature, it was extremely difficult for a tree to gain sentience. Mou had lived for so many years but had only heard of the existence of sentient ancient trees and had never seen one with his own eyes. This was the first time he had seen one. A sentient ancient tree was at least 10,000 years old, perhaps even several tens of thousands of years old. This was a rare and heaven-defying treasure. If it was used for artifact refining, it would definitely be able to refine an extremely powerful artifact. What made him even more flabbergasted was that this psychic ancient tree actually possessed such a powerful offensive ability. How is this possible? Even if an ordinary sentient ancient tree gained sentience, it wouldn't have much strength. When encountering a powerful cultivator, it could only use a special divine technique to hide its aura and avoid disaster. However, the sentient ancient tree on Dragon Cave Mountain had actually transformed into a weapon of war, its branches and leaves acting as a means to attack the enemy. Just by standing there, it was like a single man could hold back 10,000 enemies, making it difficult for even Yang Kai to break through in a short time. This Dragon Cave Mountain has some unfathomable secrets. Mou's eyes shone brightly as he became more and more excited. The divine tree's sudden display of power also surprised Yang Kai for a moment, but he soon relaxed. The divine tree had gained sentience before he obtained it and was a high-grade spirit tree. Over the years, Yang Kai had fed it no less than 10 drops of golden blood, so it wasn't difficult to explain how it could grow so quickly. Considering all this, Yang Kai grinned. "Boy, hand over your life." An angry roar suddenly sounded, and immediately after, a ripple appeared in the void not far away and a fierce-looking cultivator wearing Heaven Battling Union's uniform appeared out of thin air. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from his body, this person was already a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was extremely proficient in concealment. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being attracted to different things, this cultivator sneaked up on Yang Kai and launched a fatal blow. It had to be said that this person's calculations were quite good and he knew how to grasp the right opportunity. At this moment, Yang Kai's mind was relaxed, allowing him to launch a sneak attack to increase his chances of success. A lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Although this person was powerful on Dragon Cave Mountain's home ground, he didn't dare underestimate Yang Kai, so he attacked with all his strength. The two of them suddenly closed in on each other, and the sword in this man's hand flashed with a cold light as it pierced towards Kai Yang's chest. Before the long sword had even arrived, the sword light was like a snake's tongue, and the biting cold murderous intent was like the cold wind of an ice field, causing Kai Yang's skin to feel pain. Kai Yang still stood motionless in the same place, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile, seemingly unmoved. Something's wrong. The second-order origin returning realm master's heart clenched as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. All he knew was that if he rashly attacked again he would be the one to suffer a loss. As this thought flashed through his mind, this man's expression became fierce and he not only showed no intention of stopping, but instead began pouring his Saint Chi into his sword even more violently. The sword wave soared as its momentum soared. Mou stood not far away and stared at Yang Kai without blinking, wondering what he was relying on that allowed him to be so confident in facing a surprise attack from a second-order origin returning realm master. The answer was instantly revealed. Just as the enemy's attack was about to land, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This figure was gray and inconspicuous, no more than 2 meters tall, only reaching up to Yang Kai's knees. Mou raised his brow in surprise as he stared carefully at this gray figure, unable to recognize what it was for a while. It looked like a stone, but it had 4 limbs and facial features. It had a simple and honest face, a sharp nose, mouth, and ears that seemed to have been carved out of stone, but its 2 eyes were extremely bright. Its waist was stooped and its hands reached up to its knees, giving it an extremely strange appearance. Can a stone gain sentience? Mou almost couldn't believe his eyes. What surprised Mou the most though was that he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations or life aura from this thing. The heaven-shaking pillars swung out, causing the world to tremble and all of them to fall like wheat. The smell of blood filled the air and all of Dragon Cave Mountain instantly became a purgatory. The situation was eerily one-sided. What's more, it was not a one-sided slaughter of Dragon Cave Mountain's cultivators as everyone had imagined. Instead, they were the ones being slaughtered, causing the enemy's morale to plummet to the extreme. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chang Chi and the others launched a fierce counterattack, quickly regaining the initiative. Speaking of which, Chang Chi and the others weren't particularly strong. They were only relying on the exquisite artifacts in their hands. These artifacts were tailor-made origin-grade high-rank artifacts Yang Yen had personally crafted for them and were the limit of what a cultivator of their level could use. Originally, they were in a precarious situation and could only support each other in order to stall for time. Now that the enemy's morale had plummeted, Chang Chi and the others were fighting fiercely, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. Chang Chi and the others did not act rashly and instead advanced cautiously, not seeking to gain any merit but only to avoid making any mistakes. For a time, they were full of vigor, causing the enemy to be flustered and unable to do anything. Chapter 14-19. Not far away, Mo Xiaosheng and the others who were entangled with the woman surnamed Yi let out a long sigh, knowing that there was nothing they could do at this moment. They had underestimated Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, thinking that Dragon Cave Mountain was able to kill the first group of Xia family cultivators by relying on the power of their barriers and spirit arrays. None of them had expected that even without these barriers, this small mountain would not be easy to bully. The 4-peak third-order origin returning realm masters looked at each other and saw the intent to retreat in each other's eyes. There was no need to discuss anything. At their level of strength, a single glance was enough to convey a lot of information. The 4 of them quickly shook off the woman surnamed Ye's entanglement and flew away. Now that the 4 of them had withdrawn, how could the others dare to remain? Naturally they hurriedly fled. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too did not stop their opponents. Although they had helped Dragon Cave Mountain this time, they did not deliberately make enemies with these people. After all, the 2 of them represented Shadow Moon Hall and had many concerns in their hearts. As such, after a moment of contemplation, they allowed their opponents to withdraw safely. The same was true for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. The 2 of them had just broken through to the First Order origin returning realm not long ago, so their opponent's strength was not bad. If they wanted to leave, they simply could not stop them. The reason they had managed to survive until now was because their opponents had shown them mercy, not really killing them. Otherwise, with the number and methods of their opponents, even if the 2 of them had not died, they would not have been able to escape unscathed. The invading enemies retreated like the tide, with several dozen origin returning realm masters hurriedly withdrawing. Besides Yang Kai, who used his dragon bone sword to block a few of them, only the stone mongoose and firebird artifact spirit were left behind, preventing them from leaving. Yang Kai frowned as a sense of helplessness rose from the depths of his heart. If the enemy wanted to leave, he could not stop them all. Although the invasion of Dragon Cave Mountain this time annoyed him greatly, the other party had paid a painful price, so this result was not unacceptable. Moreover, if they continued to fight, Dragon Cave Mountain was bound to suffer casualties. Yang Kai didn't really care about the Yi woman. He now had the dragon bone sword, the stone mongoose, the artifact spirit, and the divine tree. The Yi woman was a person with extraordinary means. The only thing he had to worry about was Changqi, Howen, and the others. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. If Changqi, Howen, and the others really died here, that was not something Yang Kai wanted to see. Yang Kai was willing to let this matter end here, but it didn't mean that others were willing to do the same. Just as these people were about to leave the range of Dragon Cave Mountain, the originally broken mountain defending array flashed and activated once again, blocking their path. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of Mo Xiaosheng and the others, but soon their expressions turned cold. They had only retreated to avoid the brunt of Dragon Cave Mountain's attacks, not because they were afraid of it. The other party's attitude, as if they weren't willing to give up, naturally made them feel like they had lost face and become annoyed. You want to leave? Wishful thinking. Is my Dragon Cave Mountain a place where you can come and go as you please? A tender voice suddenly called out. The source of this voice seemed to be far away, but at the same time, it seemed to be right in front of everyone's eyes. However, this voice was without a doubt Yang Yan's. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise, not knowing what Yang Yan wanted to do. The entire Luyen sand field was a forbidden land on shadowed star formed because of the 3 blazing flame rings. Although Yang Yan had only collected one of these flame rings and was unable to display the full power of this artifact, as an emperor artifact, it was not to be underestimated. The Emperor Jade, which even the bone-incinerating flame lamp and the Firebird artifact spirit could not stop, seemed to have encountered its nemesis the moment it came into contact with this ring of fire. It suddenly froze in mid-air, and then the ring of fire rapidly shrank, wrapping around the entire Emperor Jade. A buzzing sound rang out as the Emperor Jade seemed to be trying to break free from the 3 blazing flame rings, but now that it had fallen into the trap, how could it be so simple? Yang Yin sent out a burst of Saint Qi and the 3 blazing flame rings wrapped around the Emperor Jade like an iron hoop, completely imprisoning it. Most of the cultivator who came here came with the idea of finding a Saint Crystal lode, but Yang Kai wanted to drive them all away with just a few words, so how could they bear it? In an instant, the crowd was enraged and clamoring filled the air. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the majority. What's more, Luyen Sandfield was one of Shadowed Star's 3 great restricted areas, a place where anyone could enter and leave freely, so what right did Yang Kai have to do this? Listening to the noise and clamor coming from all directions, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, unmoved. In the future he would consider the Supreme Profound Sect ruins in Luyen Sandfield as his base of operations, so naturally he would not allow irrelevant people to remain nearby. Shut up. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but the woman surnamed Yi suddenly shouted. With her peak third-order origin returning realm cultivation coupled with her strange soul secret technique, although her shout wasn't loud, it was enough to cause those who were making noise to feel dizzy and aghast. The scene immediately quieted down. Looking around with her beautiful eyes, the woman surnamed Yi coldly declared, "I'll give you 1 day. If this queen still sees you here after 1 day, don't blame this queen for being impolite." As soon as these words fell, a powerful pressure spread out and the surrounding area seemed to solidify. All the cultivator who was wrapped in this invisible force were shocked to find that they could not move, speak, or even circulate their Saint Qi. Under this power, it was as if they had become as small as ants. How could these stray cats and dogs resist the power of a Shur that had reached the grand accomplishment stage? Even top masters at the third-order origin returning realm would feel like they had fallen into a quagmire after falling into the Shur of this woman surnamed Yi, let alone these cultivators. Third-order origin returning realm. Immediately, Some knowledgeable cultivators recognized the terrifying cultivation of this woman surnamed Yi and were horrified. The strong were respected. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. The woman surnamed Yi only needed to show a slight hint of her power to shut the noisy people up. After she withdrew her sure, many of the cultivator immediately summoned their star shuttles and fled at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin Sandfield's second-layer treasure area did indeed have many benefits and opportunities, but one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one lost their life, even if there were great benefits in front of them, what use would it be? Although they were unwilling compared to their own lives, it was undoubtedly unwise to stay here and provoke such a powerful existence. After the first batch of cultivators fled, more and more people quickly left, and in less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, all the cultivators who had gathered around had disappeared. The woman surnamed Yi coldly snorted, turned around and gently nodded to Yang Yen, respectfully saying, "Master, the miscellaneous people have been cleared out." Chapter 1423. The huge supreme profound sect ruins, after tens of thousands of years of silence, finally welcomed its first group of visitors today. Rich world energy wrapped around one's body, making them feel warm and comfortable. There was almost no need to circulate one's secret art for this world energy to flow into one's body on its own. Cultivating in this environment could save several times the amount of time. Not only were Wu Yi and the others excited, even the woman surnamed Yi wore a look of fascination. On Shadowed Star, the place with the richest world energy was Star Emperor Mountain. The woman surnamed Yi, as the former sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, naturally had the right to comment on this matter, but compared to Star Emperor Mountain's world energy here, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. At the foot of Star Emperor Mountain, there was a top-grade earth vein that provided the flow of world energy, but in the Supreme Profound Sect ruins, there seemed to be more than one such earth vein, but several. In front of them was a set of white jade steps that looked pure and flawless. Even if no one had cleaned them for tens of thousands of years, they were still spotless. These white jade steps were made of the purest jade and had a warm luster that led straight to the top. At a rough count, there were at least 10,000 steps. Yang Kai and Yang Yen walked forward side by side at a leisurely pace, feeling the rich world energy here while releasing their divine senses to explore their surroundings. The woman surnamed Yi followed closely behind, followed by Changqi and the others. The several dozen disciples who originally belonged to the Haiku family fell behind, whispering amongst themselves in groups of 3 or 5, all of them clearly excited. They had followed Wu Yi and left the Haiku family to join Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was a heartfelt act, each of them more or less cherished the memory of their original family. But in the following few years, they had obtained abundant cultivation materials and a good cultivation environment on Dragon Cave Mountain, which gradually gave them a sense of belonging to Dragon Cave Mountain and made them feel as if they were a part of it. Now Dragon Cave Mountain had been razed to the ground. Although it was a pity Yang Kai and Yang Yen had led them into a new world, one that was countless times better than Dragon Cave Mountain. The past flashed before his eyes. Every cultivator secretly rejoiced at the decision they had made back then. Those who remained in the Haiku family were probably still struggling for some trivial cultivation materials at this moment, but they didn't need to worry about this at all. All they needed to do was sit in meditation and cultivate. There was an unlimited supply of Saint crystals as well as an unlimited supply of pills. Even their secret treasures were of excellent quality. This kind of treatment was something even the first-class sects on Shadowed Star could not provide, yet they were able to enjoy. If someone from Heaven Battling Union or Thunder Typhoon Sect came to invite them to join now, they would definitely scoff at them. So what if they were Heaven Battling Union? So what if it was Thunder Typhoon Sect? Could it be compared with Dragon Cave Mountain? Step by step the steps fell behind them. After about half an hour, Yang Kai and the others finally reached the top. Looking up, they saw 2 towering pillars standing in front of them. Above the 2 giant pillars, there was a huge plaque hanging on it. There were 3 words written on the horizontal board. Supreme Profound Sect. These 3 words faintly gave off a profound and unfathomable charm. It was impossible to imagine who had left behind this handwriting, but their strength was definitely not low, most likely an Origin King Realm Master. The mountain breeze blew by, clear and natural. Although the aura of the front hall was not as good as that of the 9 largest peaks, it was better than anywhere else. Yang Kai occupied a magnificent palace by himself, which happened to be located at the mouth of a spirit spring. The aura that leaked out of the spirit spring was restricted by a spirit array. With no leakage, it was the best place to cultivate. Of course, Yang Kai was very satisfied. However, now that everyone had settled down here, the name Supreme Profound Sect could no longer be used. After all, they would have to deal with the other great forces on Shadowed Star in the future, so they could not always use the name of Dragon Cave Mountain or Supreme Profound Sect. Yang Yin, Wu Yi, and the others came over to consult Yang Kai, and Yang Kai immediately replaced the plaque of Supreme Profound Sect with High Heaven Sect. Although this was not announced to the world, it could still be considered a low-key sect. High Heaven Pavilion was the sect Yang Kai came from, so it was natural for him to call this new place High Heaven Sect. No one else had any objections to this and did not even ask about the meaning of the name Yang Kai. They had long regarded Yang Kai as a leader, so even if Yang Kai's name was bad, they would not say anything. On the other hand, the woman surnamed Yi praised the name of this new sect. After such a long period of contact, Yang Kai also learned about the background of this woman surnamed Yi. Yi Shiyun, the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain. A famous and illustrious figure. On Shadowed Star, she had once wielded great authority, but unfortunately many years ago she had left Star Emperor Mountain for some unknown reason. Everyone thought she had fallen and died, but no one knew that she had been living in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. If it weren't for Guqi accidentally discovering Yang Yen this time, he wouldn't have been able to escape. She would probably not have come out of seclusion. As the previous sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, Yi Shiyun had only taken 2 things with her when she left Star Emperor Mountain. One was the Origin King Great Artifact, the bone incinerating flame lamp, and the other was a portrait of a person. A portrait of Starfield's great emperors. Star Emperor Mountain had an ancient legend that although the great emperors were sleeping, one day they would reappear in the world. Tens of thousands of years had passed. This ancestral teaching had gradually been forgotten, and Star Emperor Mountain itself did not know whether it really had anything to do with the great emperors of Starfield, but Yi Shiyun firmly believed in it. In order to inquire about the secrets of the great emperors, she had searched through ancient books and records and found an amazing clue. The great emperors had encountered a powerful enemy and were severely injured, so they had no choice but to use some kind of divine technique to fall into a deep sleep and wait for their injuries to heal. This coincided with the secret that Yang Yen and Yang Kai had told before. In order to investigate this information, Yi Shiyun had spent several hundred years. During that time she had not asked about any of Star Emperor Mountain's affairs, resulting in her authority falling to the hands of a traitor and finally being forced to leave Star Emperor Mountain. She had spent so much time inquiring about the clues of the great emperors for only one reason: to break through to the Origin King realm. Although she did not know much about the cultivation of the great emperors, she knew that they had definitely surpassed the Origin King realm. Since the great emperors could reach such a realm tens of thousands of years ago, why couldn't she? Yi Shiyun's original intention was to find a way to break through to the Origin King realm by inquiring about the great emperors, but she had not expected to discover such a secret. Moreover, judging from the turbulence of the world energy, it didn't seem to be a reaction to an attack. Instead, it seemed to be an internal change. Frowning slightly, Yang Kai stood up, pushed open the door and walked out. Outside of First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai determined a certain direction and his figure flickered as he approached it at an extremely fast speed. A short while later, Yang Kai arrived at the huge square in the front hall of High Heaven Sect. At this moment, several dozen disciples were gathered here, as were all the great elders of the sect, but all of them were looking up at the sky, their eyes fixed on it, as if there was something up there that attracted their attention. Following their gazes, Yang Kai showed a look of surprise because, mid-air, Yang Yen was floating with a solemn expression on her face, her beautiful black hair fluttering in the wind, her hands constantly forming seals as pure Saint Qi emerged from her tender body and transformed into a stream of light that shot towards the sky. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, everyone saluted. Yin Su Dai's pretty face went from blue to red as she ground her teeth for a long time, the flirtatious look in her beautiful eyes disappearing and being replaced by endless resentment. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to her and instead looked around, a moment later fixing his eyes on a certain direction in the crowd and cupping his fists slightly. "Senior, over there," a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe with shoulder-length hair who looked wild and unruly raised his brow and laughed happily. "Since Sect Master Yang intends to invite me, this old master will not refuse." Yang Kai rubbed his nose, thinking that before he had even finished speaking, the other party had already taken the initiative. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. But it didn't matter, in any case Yang Kai had intended to invite him anyway. This man seemed to be called Mou. Yang Kai didn't know much about him before, only that he had no malice towards him and was a member of Clear Sky Sect. On Dragon Cave Mountain, this man had taken action once, either intentionally or unintentionally, to help Yang Kai resolve some of his attacks. Chapter 1429. At that time Yang Kai didn't quite understand why, but now that he saw Qin Shi Tao standing next to him, he suddenly understood. It should be because Qin Shi Tao and Lu Ying had asked for his help. These two women were indeed people who knew how to repay kindness, and this middle-aged man from Clear Sky Sect was also a good person, otherwise he wouldn't have secretly helped him back on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although it was only once, Yang Kai still remembered it in his heart. After all, at that time, no one was optimistic about Dragon Cave Mountain's future, so this middle-aged man acting righteously was a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. "Sister Qin and Sister Lu Ying, come with us," Yang Kai called out. Qin Shi Tao and Lu Ying's pretty faces filled with joy as they nodded repeatedly, following closely behind Mou. The hatch of the Flying Shark battle shuttle wasn't closed, so a moment later, Dai Yuan and the three from Clear Sky Sect entered. After seeing the situation inside, Mou's expression became solemn and he quickly bowed to Yi Shiyun before imitating Chen Tong and Fei Ji Tu and sitting upright. Outside the battle shuttle, Yang Kai's ultimatum rang out. After a short while Yang Kai also entered the Flying Shark battle shuttle. After he entered, this strange flight-type artifact flickered slightly before submerging into the flame barrier and disappearing. Outside Lu Yen Sand Field, countless masters stared towards Lu Yen Sand Field with livid expressions, but there was nothing they could do. When they saw Yang Kai's rampant appearance just now, many people couldn't help wanting to attack him, but since Mo Xiaosheng and Chengping Xian didn't take action, they could only bide their time, resulting in them missing a good opportunity. The other party had already fled into Lu Yen Sand Field, making it impossible for them to chase after him. "Elder Mo, that little brat is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him go like this?" A burly man stepped forward and looked at Mo Xiaosheng unwillingly. This man was not unknown and his cultivation was not low. He had just broken through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm a few years ago and was the sect master of a second-tier sect. Although he was a sect master in front of the Great Elder of Heaven Battling Union, his status was still lower. After all, Heaven Battling Union was not something his sect could compare to. "What does Sect Master Lan want?" Mo Xiaoxing glanced at him indifferently, his expression neither happy nor angry. "I can't take this lying down," Sect Master Lan said hatefully. If Sect Master Lan really can't bear it, why don't you try attacking this Lu Yen sand field? Perhaps you'll be able to break this flame barrier. At that time, this old master will definitely mobilize the entire Heaven Battling Union to help Sect Master Lan take that brat's head. Hearing Imo Xiaoxing's words, the sect master surnamed Lan not only showed displeasure, but his expression also changed greatly as he quickly waved his hand and said, Elder Imo must be joking, this Lu Yin sandfield has been a restricted area on Shadowed Star since ancient times. Before it opens, no one can enter, so how could this Lan possibly break through this flame barrier? If that's the case, then stop talking nonsense. It's meaningless. Imo Xiaoxing snorted coldly. Sect Master Lan ate a neither soft nor hard rebuff and his expression became extremely awkward, so he could only retreat to the side in a depressed mood. Brother Imo, it seems we have no choice but to play along, Cheng Pingxian frowned and sighed. And this Imo also thinks so. For now, we need to find a way to enter this Lu Yen sand field, otherwise once the Emperor Garden opens, we will definitely miss this opportunity. As for that High Heaven sect, there's still plenty of time in the future. It's fine to let them take a step back today, but in the future we'll pay them back double. What Brother Imo says makes sense. Since that's the case, let's not stay here and annoy them. If that little brat really brings out that Origin King grade starship and runs over to my Thunder Typhoon sect. Cheng Pingxian couldn't help shivering at this point and quickly shouted a few words to his disciples before taking the lead to withdraw. Imo Xiaoxing also did the same. Seeing these two giants swallow their anger and retreat, how could the other great forces dare to remain here? Calling out to their companions and disciples, all of them quickly retreated until they were 100 kilometers away. Only then did these countless cultivators stop. At the same time, inside the Flying Shark battle shuttle, Yang Inflammation stared at a disc in front of him and said with a smile, Sure enough, they've all retreated and are now 100 kilometers away. A wise choice. Kai Yang sneered as if he had already expected this scene to occur. It wasn't that Yang Kai could predict the future, but the strength High Heaven Pavilion had displayed today had forced them to make such a decision. Not to mention that High Heaven Sect was located in the Lu Yen sand field and had no need to worry about being attacked. High Heaven Sect could rely on the Origin King grade starship as a deterrent. With this alone, no one dared to provoke them easily. After all, once provoked, not only would they not be able to attack someone else's headquarters, but they would also have to worry about being harassed by the Origin King grade starship all day long. Who would be willing to take such a loss? Only being able to take a beating without being able to fight back was a sure way to lose. What's more, the Origin King grade starship was an existence capable of long-distance voyages. With its help, Shadowed Star could completely restore its connection with the outside world. If a peak third-order Origin returning realm cultivator boarded this starship to leave Shadowed Star, escape the suppression of its world principles, and travel to other stars, they would have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Imo Xiaoxing, Cheng Pingxian, Old Woman Feng, which one of them didn't have such thoughts? Which one of them didn't want to become a passenger on this Origin King grade starship? All of them were masters who had been trapped at the peak of the Origin returning realm for countless years, and their lifelong wish was to break through to the Origin King realm. Now that such an opportunity had appeared in front of them, they naturally wanted to seize it. It could be said that if not for the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, all of them would be trying to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Yang Kai. Every year, countless cultivator would fall at this juncture, so for a cultivator, breaking through a great realm was both an opportunity and a challenge. The law of survival of the fittest was vividly reflected at this moment. How could an ordinary cultivator create such an amazing heavenly manifestation when breaking through a great realm? Yang Kai had done it, which was certainly a joyous and shocking matter, but since he had reached this point he could only succeed, not fail. Judging from the degree to which the world energy was gathering at this moment, if Yang Kai failed, there would only be one outcome. His soul would be destroyed. After all, the power contained in the colorful world energy funnel was too great, not something a Saint King Realm cultivator could withstand. Just as everyone was worrying, the huge world energy funnel in the sky suddenly changed, as if something inside First Heavenly Palace was attracting it. The world energy funnel actually began to rotate rapidly, and as it rotated, a massive amount of heaven and earth energy poured down in the direction of the funnel. There was no pause, as if it had been accumulating momentum for a long time, just for this one eruption. The layers of barriers around First Heavenly Palace were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow from this massive world energy, and were instantly shattered. The five-colored world energy that caused even Yi Shiyun to pale in fright poured straight into First Heavenly Palace and soon disappeared. The huge world energy funnel shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few breaths, it had shrunk in size. Sect Master! Chang-Chi and the others exclaimed in horror, their faces changing drastically. The heaven and earth energy was actually pouring down in torrents. This made them unable to believe their eyes. All of them had broken through to the origin returning realm and had experienced this process before. But at that time they had experienced a baptism of world energy, which was like a bolt of lightning that poured into their bodies, and although it was powerful, it gave them time to breathe and adjust. The scene in front of them, however, was obviously not like that. As a result, Yang Kai did not have the slightest opportunity to breathe. Even if Yang Kai was strong in the face of such a massive world energy funnel, how could he survive? The faces of Chang-Chi and the others turned pale in an instant, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was dead this time. Yi Shiyun was no exception, letting out a long sigh as a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. She had thought she had encountered a peerless genius who would only appear once every 10,000 years, but it turned out the other party was just a flash in the pan. But soon, her brow furrowed as a bright light flashed across her beautiful eyes and a look of surprise appeared on her face. That was because the huge spiritual chi funnel didn't dissipate. Instead, it was still pouring down. This shocking amount of spiritual chi continued to pour down. Deafening rumbling sounds came from the inside of the funnel. He's not dead. However, this breakthrough was a little different from before. Before, there had never been a five-colored aura gathering around him. Yang Kai didn't know why, but he vaguely guessed it had something to do with his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Generally speaking, this breakthrough could be considered a coincidence. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. It was completely different from his previous plans. Before this, Yang Kai had entered retreat in order to break through and even prepared an origin condensing pill with pill veins. But man proposes, God disposes, and all of his preparations were useless. This was a good thing, so naturally Yang Kai was overjoyed. Now, he had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the first stage, but the legendary immortal body was still extremely far away. This secret art had a total of 9 stages, each one more difficult than the last. If he wanted to cultivate it to the peak, he didn't know how much time or how many 5 elements supreme treasures it would take. After cultivating to the first stage, Yang Kai deliberately checked the 5 elements supreme treasures he possessed. The highest grade Sun's true essence didn't seem to have changed much, but the others weren't. The profound gold source's strength had been greatly reduced, and so had the thunder wood, 3 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, and more than 20 grains of divine nullification sand. This price was not small, but it didn't matter. The remaining materials were enough to support Yang Kai's cultivation to the 2nd or even 3rd stage, especially the Sun's true essence, which could be used for a very long time. With a lot of time as a buffer, Yang Kai could find other 5 elements replacements. There was no need to rush this. Thinking so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and with a thought, a 5-colored mass of light suddenly appeared on his palm. This mass of light was only the size of an egg and had a total of 5 layers, a mix of gold, blue, white, red, and yellow, giving it a beautiful appearance. 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Chi. After spending 5 months cultivating the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, this secret art could not only temper one's physical body, greatly enhancing the strength of one's physical body, but also allow one to cultivate the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Chi. Sword Chi was formed from the convergence of the 5 elements, so it could be combined and fused with each other or released separately. It had infinite uses and was ever-changing. However, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi in his hand was still a little weak, like a chick that had just broken out of its shell, unable to withstand the ravages of wind and rain, so it probably wouldn't play much of a role in a fight. However, this didn't hinder Yang Kai's desire to experiment.